Oh my goodness. Bishop g5 Najdorf? Is that? My goodness. Bishop g5
Yeah.
Najdorf?
And then look at the board next to it.
Okay. Which board is technically next to it?
Well, just if you go to the main view, you'll see 5 boards.
I see 1a3. Is that what you saw? What? What? He's going to win the U.S. championships with 1a3 maybe? That's incredible. All right, I've got
Yeah.
both of our chat windows open. So greetings to our Twitch and YouTube friends, chess friends everywhere. All around the internet. This is the final round of the U.S. championships. We've got 2 senseis, the human eval bar in full effect, 2 boards to watch as 2 players compete for the championship here today. We have Fabiano Caruana and Awonder Liang, half a point apart as they begin their final games. And they've taken opposite approaches to this final round, I think it's fair to say here.
Yeah. Oh, I see you've got the eval bar back.
Yep.
Nice. Human eval bar.
Yeah.
Wow. Huge.
Yeah.
And yeah, should be fun rounds. Let me see, we're live? We're live.
We should be, yeah.
Nice.
All right. I've tried with pixels to make our heads the same sizes.
Cool.
Hopefully that's okay. We have Deals in chat commenting on the sadness of this morning. Kostya, I don't know if you saw the news about half an hour ago.
No.
No. Gukesh has lost.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
He was on a 38 game streak, I think, without a loss.
Dang. So he's out.
All must come to an end.
He's done. The Gukesh story is over. Who did he lose to?
On Draken.
Drake. In the European Club Cup, huh?
European Club Cup.
Classic chess.
Fischer endgame. Into a rook endgame.
Wow.
Also, Aragaisi wasn't able to win today, so he didn't cross 2,800.
Yeah, very sad. Well, every time Gukesh loses, he comes back like 30 points stronger. So
Yeah.
that loss to Andreykin, I'm sure feels good for Andreykin and his people, but the rest of the world is going to be feeling that very soon.
Everyone else will suffer for it.
Yeah, big time. Yeah.
Chat, can I get an audio check, please? Can anyone tell me how Kostya sounds compared to me? Like, is he clear? Is his volume higher or lower than mine? Anything like that would be much appreciated before we get 37 minutes into analyzing Awonder Liang's A3 opening theory.
Right. Check. 1 2 1 2. Testing. Earth to Dojo.
Does it sound like we're coming in from the Earth or from the International Space Station? That's what we really got to know here.
Yeah. Let me get the YouTube up as well.
We can hear you both. That's a good start. Any thoughts on the quality?
Maybe I'll just
You'll take a peek?
I'll just check it. Yeah.
Your own
1 second.
with the magic ears.
Yeah. Firstly, I should find our YouTube stream as well.
Mm-hmm.
Um, view channel. Okay, let me see. Now I got it. Okay, now I got to balance talking and then listening. So I'm gonna
Talking.
talk for a bit, and then I'm
It's
gonna
very
and then I'm gonna listen.
confusing to live listen to your own talking, right? It's not an easy multitask or ask. Um, Folks, I just want to give a quick overview of what's going on in the tournament before we get into today's game. So first of all, Fabi started the tournament, incredible form, and he hasn't played badly at any point in the tournament, so he stayed on incredible form. I think after a couple rounds, we were starting to think, oh, he's probably going to win the tournament. And then this weird thing happened, and I'm not sure anyone quite understands exactly when or how it happened. But Wonder Liang somehow sort of chased him, even though Fabi didn't trip a single time. And a Wonder Liang, who was seeded 8th through 9th, tied with Shankland, and never heard him mentioned as a candidate to win the tournament by anybody thinking or talking about this beforehand. He's chased him, and he's only half a point behind Fabi somehow. And I kept hearing people say, oh, it's a must-win game for a Wonder today, 3 days in a row. But, I mean, he was only half a point behind, so actually all he needs is to win one game at any point, right? So they've had a couple draws the last 2 rounds. The standings have stayed parallel there. And going into this last round, he needs to either win while Fabi draws or draw while Fabi loses in order to catch him. So probably still has a 10 to 18% chance to tie for first place in the tournament. Another interesting that's going on in the overall standings, or sorry, Kostya, did you disagree on that prognosis?
No, I mean, like, yes, it's cool to see him at least going for it today with A3. Like, I wasn't sure. Like, even a Wonder doesn't really have believed himself to be in this position. I thought like like in all of his interviews, he just here saying like, yeah, I'm just trying to make quick draws. I got a lot of schoolwork,
Mm-hmm.
and like all this stuff. And it's like, yeah, now he's a point away from a possible playoff.
Right.
Meanwhile, Shankland is kind of doing him a favor by going for this like super sharp Najdorf.
Mm-hmm.
And because like he can, if Shankland wins this game, then that completely opens things up for a Wonder.
Yeah, for sure. Then then a Wonder could coast in or try to go for it. I think that what a Wonder is saying in those interviews is probably more humorous than true, right, Kostya? I mean, if he just wanted to do schoolwork, he didn't have to come to St. Louis to do his schoolwork.
Yeah, you'd think, but then he played A3 on move 1. So what I've come to understand is that a Wonder, there's more to a Wonder than meets the eye.
Mm.
And maybe I got some insider knowledge because
Mm-hmm.
it's like hanging out with him a little bit. Like I feel like he's kind of a wild card.
Okay.
He's a bit of a wild card. He likes to mix things up.
Yeah.
This A3 confirms it. Now everything is clear about a Wonder. Everything is clear.
I mean,
He's wild card.
yeah, didn't he play that knight takes e4 Petrov line
Was that him? I
in the
thought that
U.S.
was Wesley
Championships
So.
like 1 or 2 years ago? I feel like it was a
Oh,
Wonder who introduced that.
oh, before. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. This time it was Wesley So that played it against Hans.
Mm-hmm.
Um, which someone pointed out was funny because it was the same line that like Shevchenko had in one of his games. And it was like the day of the controversy.
Exciting. Citing it.
So Wesley very much up to date on his stuff. Hey,
Okay.
we got Jake. Nice, nice. Oh, I forgot to open up the YouTube chat.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Also, folks, we never really got like any kind of audio confirmation. I kind of checked, but it was hard to hear on
Yeah.
my end. But if you can let us know, that'd
Yeah.
be much appreciated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, a Wonder is a wild card. Did he win a game against Aronian like 1 or 2 years ago where he played a weird old gambit from the 19th century?
Yes, he beat Aronian, I think, twice now.
Okay. So I think it is also him who played knight takes e4 in the US championships
Very
1 or 2
possibly,
years ago.
yes.
And held great difficulty. So definitely the wild card thing holds up, but I stand by it. If he's there to try and do well, not just make quick draws, because that could be achieved by just not showing up. In fact, I always wonder why certain people don't just not show up for their tournaments, but I think that a wonder is intending to play chess and was intending to play chess when he showed up.
Yeah. No, clearly. I mean, he's fantastic. We got a raid. Jesse February. Hello.
Okay, so I want to say a couple other
welcome.
things about the standings before we get into these openings. I noticed something,
Hi, Jesse. Hi.
Kostya, which is that right now,
David can't hear me
as the
right
tournament
now.
stands, there's a group of players, Ray Robson,
Someone
Sam
told
Sedin.
David in the chat
I'm not
he
even
can't hear me.
going to necessarily mention Hans Niemann because he's well over 2,700, but Ray Robson, Sam Sevian, Awonder Liang, they are all ahead of Wesley So, Levon Aronian, and Linear Dominguez. So
Thanks, Jesse. Thanks
the
for the
point I want to
raid.
make
Thank you.
is that there's maybe like a shift going on right there, between like a newer, younger crowd and an established Super GM crowd. Because if you just get a wonder having
sure.
good result, we've had that before. We've had years where one of these lower rated players finished up in the group with the 2700s. And we've had years where one of the 2700s finishes down in the pack with the under 2700s. But to have like 4 or 5 of these kids half a point ahead of all the 2750s, it almost feels like a full tectonic shift.
The future is now.
Oh shoot, Kostya's sound has been turned off.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Chat could still hear me.
Well, that's not good,
Chat's still
Kostya.
hearing me.
That's not good at all.
No,
I'm sorry.
Oh wait. No, it's all good. No, Jake, don't do me like that. Okay, wait. Is David hearing me now?
I can hear you now that I took out the headphones.
Oh, okay. Oh wait, but that means the sound is back to where it was?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I think maybe in Zoom you just have to switch the audio source to the headphones, and then I think they should pick me up.
Let's see. I'm going to try a janky solution instead because I know that I have a problem with the Mac. Okay. Well, we'll try like that for a little bit. There's an issue with my headphones on my Mac, Kostya. I don't know if you want me to go into it now, but
Oh, okay. Well, so yeah, is the sound
my headphones started sometimes not
better?
playing any sound for me with the Mac. They still work with other computers and other devices that I've plugged them into to test them.
Gotcha.
And I fought with my Mac settings, but basically no one should ever buy a Mac. They're terrible.
Oh, interesting. I've only heard good things about
I know.
Macs.
That was probably their marketing.
No, from people. People have said many good things.
Mm-hmm.
I love how Lanier is like spending his time on this. Like, what are you thinking about?
I don't love it, by the way, but I think it's what I love is that a wonder might have predicted it because Lanier is somebody who gets into time trouble quite regularly. And playing 1A3 against him makes the game an extra, 10 moves long, right? Compared to playing something normal. So here he is thinking on his own about, should pawns go in the center? It's just a Wonder's giving him free reign.
Yeah. So sorry to be a burden, folks, but how is the sound now? Because we still haven't gotten because we got confirmation that it wasn't great earlier, and then we're back to earlier. So I'm worried that I don't know. I have no idea actually. Let me keep talking. I'll listen to it for a second.
Yeah.
But some audience audio. Okay, sound is fine. All right, cool, cool. Perfect. Thank you, folks.
Okay.
Great. Okay. Okay. Now, because yeah, last time I was on with Jesse and I was talking for like 15 minutes about the Olympiad and the final round and everything that was going on, and then people were like, like the sound is like really echoing.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, bummer. Okay. Well, all right. So, and then okay, so we're just getting a simple London system with a wonder, which is okay. Well, with A3.
Oh, A3 is not very useful in the London system, is it?
No, not particularly, no. Can't imagine it is. Um, and then on Fabi's board, I'm much more interested in Fabi's opening because that
Sure.
one was like that one seems theoretical and like two experts playing like what a battle. Bishop G5 Najdorf. Oof.
Yeah. I'm gonna update the eval bar and call Wonder's position equal.
Yeah,
Lay
I
the
got
London,
no issues with
London
that.
system down a tempo. We're just gonna say there goes your opening advantage, my friend, and then we're gonna turn to the Najdorf, like Kostya said. So yeah, Fabi played a somewhat offbeat move, right? 7 Queen F3, not unheard of, but not the main line. Oh my goodness. That's annoying. Got another technical problem.
It's okay. It happens.
If I do this, is that going to ruin it? A little bit.
Bauer, that's very funny. Have you guys and also David, I don't know, have you guys been following the saga with our friend Danya and
No.
our other friend?
Folks informed me about it on stream yesterday. I heard about it.
Mm-hmm.
They asked me if I thought it was good for chess. I said no, and then I moved
Someone asked
on.
if it's good for chess.
Yeah, and then I said no, doesn't sound good, and then I moved on to looking at the U.S. Championship games.
Interesting. Why would it be good for chess?
Because like it gets chess more views. Like people talk about it more, right? Like let's say Hans cheated against Magnus, or Magnus did like a false cheating accusation. One way or another, one of them was being a jerk, right? If not both at the same time. Some people could have said, "Is that good for chess?" Because then then you get a Netflix documentary made.
I see. I guess it is good for views. It's not good for Danya or Kramnik, or for me personally, because I'm sad to see it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of a debacle.
Yeah, I said it just gives the impression that chess players are kind of like stupid people with ego problems. Doesn't cast us in a good light, and also I just think in general people are always making the mistake of thinking that more is better, more views, more attention, more blah blah blah, but sometimes no.
Yeah, it's starting to remind. I was just. I don't want to say it's starting to remind me of. It reminded me of like, one point I think Fisher was going on and on about how all the Kasparov Karpov games were like fixed,
Yeah,
and they're all like prearranged. Do you remember that?
I do. Yeah.
And I remember thinking like, wow, that's totally baffling that like he could believe that. Like it's just so far-fetched. And he was like a world champion. Like clearly he would understand like the level to rearrange all those games and like why, just like all this stuff. It just seemed like such a conspiracy, but he likely believed it.
Right. Which is weird because I always say you have to give somebody of a world championship level a certain margin of doubt or respect, right? Like if
Yes,
somebody
a
as
lot.
good as Fischer looks at a game and says this person cheated or this person like prearranged something, you're like, well, he looks at a game. It's completely different than when I look at a game. Like I have to really give him a lot of credit. And the same with Kramnik, right? When Kramnik says this player is cheating, I'm going to listen in a totally different way than when, I don't know, Bowen Diplome tells me that somebody has cheated in a game, right? I'm going to say, well, this guy, I mean, he looks at it and he sees a completely different thing than I do. Uh, Not just in terms of chess understanding, but understanding what goes into what move and who's capable of which move. He understands the strengths and weaknesses of different players. So I'm going to give it a ton of extra credence. But I think also
Yeah.
we've got a history, as we talked about on a dojo talk, of world champions going crazy, right? So you have to give them a lot of credence that they might be right about chess and see things you don't. At the same time, they can be wrong.
Yeah, and someone has to say no to them when they start going off kilter, right? And start going down dangerous paths. Um, yeah, it's not good if like everyone is just saying yes to you constantly, saying yes to all your ideas and like you're correct about everything because it's like what if you're not? What if you're not correct about everything? And then you've just gone around accusing and spoiling the name of a bunch of good chess players. Like
Yeah.
that's not good.
Nope, not exactly good.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, okay, I do, sorry to change the topic. I
Yeah.
do like that a Wonder has taken Linear Dominguez into like Lichess hyperbullet opening territory,
Mm-hmm.
basically. This is just like now I think he's gonna play knight c3. Yeah, like this is a knight c3 situation.
Sure. I mean, this is the queen b6 move is a little bit odd because it feels like a move that almost justifies a3. Like
Yeah,
a3 is
exactly.
not a fully lost tempo here after white plays knight c3, is it? There's this famous pattern that with the pawn on a3, the queen can't take b2. So,
Yeah,
what are you playing queen b6 for?
classic.
I just want to know. What's the queen doing on b6? We've done nothing to Jesse. Jesse loves us and thought that you would enjoy our stream. That's why you're here. So just trust her and enjoy the show. Oh, well, we're excited to have you here, Chess Zebra. We're always looking for people who've been banned from other chats. I have no concerns about what you might say next. Yeah, not at all worried about having you here. Welcome very much.
Leviathan, hello, hello.
Jesse already did. The other Jesse, the Sensei Jesse over here, did a grad show already today and has another one tomorrow. Um, let's see what we can get into in one of these two openings, Kostya. So, what's a wonder thinking about other than knight c3? Are there other options?
Um, Yeah, I think in general you could take on c5 here,
Mm-hmm.
as far as I understand.
Yeah. And then after queen b2,
Mm-hmm.
the rook would be in danger. You would have bishop e5, huh? Wow.
Yeah, for example,
I didn't
I
see
think you
that
could
coming.
also, yeah, you could also play knight bd2, I
Knight b2.
believe,
Okay.
just develop. Yeah, but bishop e5 maybe is uh that's winning, isn't it?
A little more precise.
Kind of nice.
Yeah.
So,
I did not see that coming, so that's a little surprising tactics. Okay. A wonder could take on c5, and then black would probably play bishop takes c5. Now, if his bishop were on c1, b4 and bishop b2 would be a normal plan. I suppose he could go b4, bishop e5. It's a very slow way of playing.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not thrilling, but I guess you'd go b4, bishop e7 or d6, and then knight b d2, and just keep playing a fairly equal position.
Or maybe we can go knight c3 on bishop c5.
Knight c3 then, huh? Okay, so you're saying queen b2, you've still got knight a4, and your story checks out. And so otherwise you've developed and you're preparing to play knight a4. Okay. At first blush, it's not more desirable than playing knight c3. So let's see if there's something wrong with knight c3. Because I feel like if he's hesitating for 5 minutes, there's something about knight c3 that's at least tricky or worrisome. And I was wondering if it might be knight e4.
Yeah, that could be a move.
Maybe even trade on d4 first. Let's see. Knight e4. We could play the weird knight b5. And if black has to play knight a6, white should be okay. Oh, I guess what black could do to untangle from that situation, Kostya, would be c4.
Yeah.
Trying to deal with the knight on b5. So I'll play c4 myself now that I've warned myself.
Mm-hmm. Then queen a5 check.
Queen a5 right away here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be a little awkward. Knight d2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would assume black is fine in the end game.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you would just trade everything and take on
Yeah.
d4.
Yeah.
Should be more or less equal. But also
Trade everything
playable,
off.
like if you're just trying to play a game, this isn't something that would terrify me as white.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. But yeah, I think you're right. He's probably thinking about 94. Um, but what else can you do? DC and then knight c3 again. There could be 94 there.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, in this DC line that we had before.
Although then there would be knight a4. So yeah, maybe he takes and goes knight c3.
Knight's not great on a4 in this position.
Yeah, maybe queen a5. b4.
Oh, okay. Queen a4, pawn takes c5.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening there.
I mean, let's just say it's not good for white. White's down a pawn.
Well, not yet, but about to be.
Yeah. Depending what advantage black chooses, right? But black could go queen a5, tie white up with the knight
Queen
on
I5
d2.
again. Mm-hmm.
You've got the c3 square for your knight if you ever want it. So I think,
Yeah.
I don't know how far we
black
need
is
to look to
happy.
say that black is better, but I do something like this, maybe to take the pawn with my other knight.
Yeah.
Must be bad. Considerably bad.
Okay. That's probably what he's thinking about.
394. Bishop e5. f6. Bishop d4. Queen b2. Pretty fancy, but maybe knight a4 would work there.
Yeah, I don't believe this.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Are we getting here?
I tried knight c3 with the trade on c5.
Right.
And against
I think that's possible.
And against knight e4, I tried bishop e5.
Yeah.
Bringing the bishop around to defend b2. And I'm sure any number of normal moves for black are playable. But I tried to hurt white with f6. I just tried to see if black could refute the weird thing, and I think I didn't refute it. So
you need to send Lily's teacher her story, which is on your drive.
Which
I sent you in text this morning. I'll try to find her iPad.
I think it's plugged into our room charging.
Can you, the other question I have, sorry to bother you, is that
Yeah.
is Brielle one of the people we want to try to set up a play date with Lupin for? Because her
All right, folks. There was a little bit of chess content there too, because the last question on the way out was, how's Sam doing?
Sam's doing okay.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Not what he wanted.
Okay. So the line that we were just looking at, Kostya, and apologies to everybody for that, but the line we're just looking at, I think if Dominguez would play knight c6 there, it's not very good for white.
Mm-hmm.
I know we can grab on g7, just my instinct is white's pieces are kind of floundering around weirdly.
Mm-hmm.
So, not pumped about it, and now a wonder's been thinking about this for 10 minutes, huh? No, he played knight c3. He played knight c3. And then bishop d7 was played, cutting out knight a4.
Oh, okay. Bishop d7, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Dominguez. Smart move. Does allow knight e5, but then maybe knight e5, black can go queen takes b2.
Mm-hmm. That looks problematic for white. That queen b2 move.
Yeah.
I'll say this, Kostya. I right away have a quote-unquote obvious move for a wonder in mind here after bishop d7. Just like last move, I thought knight c3 was the clear move. To me, it's just rook b1 now, period.
Rook b1.
Just rook b1. Just bash it out.
Defend the pawn.
That's it. You know, just trade a tempo for queen b6. Not concede
like
anything.
You might... Mm-hmm.
Simple.
Maybe you have to. Wow. I thought you'd be like a queen d2 kind of guy.
Often I am, yeah. But here I'm just thinking, yeah, we just play rook b1. Queen d2 is not part of our dreams here. We're not trying to castle queenside. That would be tragic with that pawn on a3 to castle queenside quickly. No, I just want to play rook b1 and go back to playing bishop d3 and castles and whatever other awkward moves Jobava London players play.
I see.
I mean, I'm not responsible for it being a Jobava London. I would never play this, never have.
Yeah, this was Wonder's decision.
But given that he's done
choices.
It seems like knight c3 and rook b1 are.
Yeah. Well, we all did things in college. You know, we all did stuff.
Mm-hmm. Experimented with weird openings.
Yeah, Wonder chose A3 move order of Jobava London.
You know what I sometimes did in college? After dinner, I would start playing blitz chess on ICC.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the morning when it was time for class, I would stop playing blitz chess on ICC and go to bed.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It's a lot of blitz.
Yeah. A lot of blitz. And I don't remember any of those blitz games anymore. They're all gone.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I wonder thinking about rook b1.
Yeah. Jake, nobody said anything about my homework being done.
So how about Fabi game?
Fabi game. So Sam played this queen b6 move. Well, first he played h6, and Fabi said, okay, yeah, I'm not playing a bishop g5 Neidorf. Then queen b6, okay, yeah, I'm not keeping a knight in the center. So now, unclear what line Fabi's playing against the Neidorf, right? By about move 9 or 10. It's just sort of a amorphous thing for white. a4, b6.
Hey, let me see. So, oh, we have a lot of moves there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, my bad. All right. Okay. Wow. So queen f3. So queen f3, yeah, that's new age. h6, bishop d2, queen b6, knight b3. And then a4 for me is very like, whoa, okay. Now we're playing a4. And then he castles kingside. Rook a1, bishop e7. I guess it depends how good the setup is, right? With like queen g3, because nowadays it's like very typical, like queen g3, f4.
Yeah.
And black has played h6 already, so that's not great usually.
No. And rook a1, I mean, he's telegraphing what he's up to right there, right? Trapping that rook on f1. It's like, I may have the pawn on a4, the knight that retreated on b3, but I'm not going to play the full board this game. Just going for the king side. And this is where Shanklin tanked, by the way. He spent a big chunk of his time here on bishop e7. now it's on Fabi to play probably queen g3 or queen h3, right?
Yeah.
Two choices.
Queen g3 would be the obvious move.
Because it's poking.
Yeah. Poking g7 and h6. And then my question would be, what is black doing?
Oh yeah, you're curious. When he was thinking about bishop e7, what was he going to do about his pawn?
No, I mean, not even that deep. My question is, what's black's next move here? Because
You mean even if white didn't play queen g3?
no. After queen g3.
After queen g3.
Yeah. I don't care if he anticipated queen g3 or not. I'm just trying to figure out what's he gonna do next. Because I know he's not castling queenside. That's too crazy. Kingside castling seems like bishop h6.
I mean, kingside castling looks considerably crazier than queenside castling, which you just described as crazy.
Yeah. No, kingside castling makes sense. It just doesn't work tactically.
Oh, really? White's aimed every piece at the kingside, and
No, but white's setup is normal here. I mean, if like this is a normal position where black would have castled already, isn't it?
a Wonders played rook b1.
Okay, bravo, bravo, Wonder.
Yeah, that was obvious. But okay, not obvious is what Shanklin's going to do about queen g3.
Yeah, chess zebra d5 is a very, very important idea for black, which is another point of queen g3 to prevent this.
I think chess zebra, if all d5 did was drop the g pawn, Kostya might consider it here. But his point is that he's actually totally preventing d5 at the moment.
Yeah.
Let's say white didn't play queen g3 here and Shanklin had a whole free move. Might he play d5? Yeah, he might, right, Kostya? Be a move black could consider here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So queen g3. What is Fabi struggling with?
Maybe Shanky would play g5.
On queen g3?
Yeah. I mean, he'd have to do something.
Yeah. Well, yeah, by the rules of chess, he has to make a move.
He has to make a move. And I would argue a move that doesn't allow queen takes g7. The fact that he's just played bishop e7 makes bishop f8 seem less likely. So,
Right. Okay. Maybe that's what he wants. I mean, is this typical for the Najdorf? It just feels like
no.
it hasn't done anything so insanely special here.
Right. No, this is not typical for the Najdorf, and it's not like when we say, is this maybe what Sam wants? It's not what he woke up wanting this morning, right? He wasn't like, let me play a position where suddenly I can't castle on either side. This would be an untraditional, strategically desperate, honestly, approach to the position based on the thought that you can't safely castle in either direction. Connor McChicken, there is like a tricky thing in some Sicilians where both players wait to castle. Sometimes white wants opposite side castling in the open Sicilian, And so they'll be sort of waiting to see where black goes to then castle on the opposite side and throw pawns at them. Here, what Fabi has done is he's castled kingside but concentrated a million pieces towards the king side. So he's saying, if you castle kingside, you'll face my pieces. If you castle queenside, you'll lack pawn cover, and I'll switch to a pawn storm. And to me, Kostya, this most resembles, you know, the like e6, queen b6 Sicilians?
Yeah.
That's what this feels like to me, exactly. Bishop g5 and h6 were thrown in, right? And I know it started with a Najdorf move order. But you know those lines where it's like knights on d4, black plays knight c6, queen b6, the knight has to go back to b3. But then white castles, plays bishop d3, bishop e3 or d2, f4, queen f3. And just kind of masses everything towards the king side with the knight on b3. This is very, very similar to those positions.
Yeah. No, it looks like classic setup for whites.
And I don't know exactly where black lost time, but to me, it reminds me of those positions, but with black 1 to 2 moves down on time. It's a little tricky to count the tempi when people are playing moves like bishop g5 to d2, right, and queen b6 to c7. It gets a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
But my feeling is that white is potentially 2 moves ahead of basically a transposition to those queen b6 lines.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. It seems puzzling for me. I feel like black hasn't really committed any crimes lately. Like this queen b6, queen c7 is kind of normal to drag white's knight away from b3. Then b6, bishop b7. So I don't know. I mean, to me, it just doesn't feel like black has done anything wrong, but yeah, like I was saying, I don't see like what move he plays for his position to be acceptable after queen g3. Like I don't see what you do to state the obvious. Like
Yeah.
Other than g5, g5, I don't see why that's so bad for black. But it's just like surprising that like, oh, is it just g5?
Like, is there not some more normal option?
Because g5, what worries me is like white goes like knight d4 and then knight d5, knight f5.
Knight d4, and then you're going to sack pieces, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, try to get one of these squares.
All right, so I have to pre-block the file, right? I put the knight on e5.
95. And then let's say, yeah, I guess, yeah, it depends.
G5 did create a hook, as Chess Zebra says. That is true.
Probably like king h1 I would go, and okay, I mean, I don't know. I mean, position to me looks very unclear.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, so far that's the best that I can see from black's point of view.
King h1, maybe I'll go put my knight on f4. Your queen doesn't have a lot of squares. So maybe I go knight h5. Queen h3, knight f4. I mean, you can take it, but
yeah, probably it should.
But I can hold the dark squares probably for black, even with that weird structure. I mean, again, I've played a lot of Sicilians, but I'm not big into the G5 and H5 Sicilians. I very rarely.
Right. Those lines are super trendy now.
Yeah. But I've very rarely gone for them. They're just, I don't know, a little risky and not so classical for me. King H1 played by Fabi after, what, 20 minutes of thought?
I don't know. Some thought, yeah. King H1, okay.
Something pretty significant.
So he's baiting Sam into castling kingside.
Right, he's just
He's
waiting.
Like, Don't go G5, Sam, please.
Right. Yeah. He doesn't want to play Queen G3 and prevent castling kingside.
Exactly. That was very crafty. Very crafty. He's like, just I know how to checkmate you if you castle kingside. So just can you just castle kingside? I'll go G4.
That's how so many sort of more beginner players play, right? They learn like a couple plans, and there's thousands of plans in chess, but they know like 2 or 3 attacking plans, let's say, and then they just try and run it every game. I was like that myself, for sure. Like, you'll see people do the thing where they put a piece on G5 and defend it with an H pawn and then just sit there like hoping you'll take it, right?
Right.
Just leave it there. And they don't really have a plan if you don't take it. They just keep hoping you'll take it. That was me. That was my temperament as an early chess learner. Even without Queen G3, right? It's still the question, like, what is Sam trying to do?
Well, yeah, I mean, he's got to go. I guess now he could go D5. He's been allowed.
Yeah, that's true. Permission granted. D5 is a candidate move. Yeah. And maybe knight E5 would be another candidate move.
Knight D5, yeah.
Right? Because knight E5, Queen G3, G5 would be pretty similar to what we just looked at.
Oh, knight E5. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. Okay, we have some live candidates, folks. Who's going to win the candidates race?
What's the race, Kostya?
The candidates race. There's D5 and knight E5. Which move will win?
Oh.
Right now I'm leaning towards D5. Is D5 if you take, then there's knight D5, bishop D5.
Let's try D5. Let's just put a move on the board. Takes, knight takes.
Yeah.
Now, you always want to look at rook takes E6 first, right? It's that or queen takes D5. That's where I like to start. Yeah, Mitch, we've got 2 players vying for first place today, and so we are currently sort of analyzing on 2 boards.
But yeah, can we put the Najdorf on the big board?
I can, yeah.
Much more interesting game.
I can switch them around pretty easily. Let's
and
do that.
I'm just following your analysis, so it's like.
And in fact, I already had it over there. I just was in a certain tab. So there you go. King H1. We can look at D5.
Oh no! This is a board. Okay.
Sorry.
Here we go.
I didn't know where we were going to be looking more, and so yeah, I was slow to adjust there. So now you guys can follow along on the less Najdorfy board, where you see a Wonder Liang playing moves like Rook B1, DC5, and Bishop D3. Just playing chess, I guess.
He's having fun. He's playing a Jobava.
Yeah. And we were talking about ED5, Knight D5, Rook E6.
Right.
FE6, check. Check's not a big deal since the Black King had nowhere it wanted to go anyway. I will reject this rook sack. Can I go Bishop E4 instead? I initially thought that Bishop E4 would sort of just walk into Knight 8 to F6. But I think it's maybe not so not so obviously dumb if we trade on D5. I think Black takes back by Bishop. We trade the Bishop. Knight takes, and then then we need to have something here.
Yeah, it's critical moment. C4? Yeah, gotta be C4.
There's not really any other move, right? Knight d4 to sack on e6 is well-intentioned, but once black castles, we're moved too late. So c4, we're going to grab it.
Yeah, grab the
C1,
initiative.
and we're going to grab the other one on a4, just because we don't really have other squares, so. And then what is white up to? Down
How does white win?
Down 2 pawns for nothing.
About that. Yeah, where did our pawns go? That's weird.
Well, we were afraid that black had a stable position. Back here, after knight d5, stable position that black would castle and be slightly better.
Oh, yeah. Oh, c4. Yeah. C4 looks good.
What do you want to do now? Rook e4? Don't give the second pawn?
Maybe...
Lift it.
Maybe rook e4. Maybe rook e4. Maybe a5. I don't know.
So go queen c6. No, then there's knight d4. Queen c7. Rook c1 tempo.
Nice.
Queen d7, perhaps. Just an option. And now rook g4. Hey!
Okay, and white has some compensation.
Yeah, it feels
Nice.
clever at least.
We found comp. Yeah.
Although black still has this g5 move, which I think Fabi is terrified of.
Oh wow, Sam did other move.
Other move. h5. What the bejesus?
He h5'd him.
Yeah, see, this is where I'm just all out of my depths.
But h5, this is a theme in Najdorf, right? There's like some famous like Fischer games where he like goes h5, like Bisguar Fischer, right? Like
Yeah. Okay, so I've seen h5 in two contexts, right? One is white's playing really lamely and you go h5, h4 and poke their king side just because you're better everywhere, period. And that has been known, honestly, since a little bit before Fischer. There were Soviet GMs doing that already 5-10 years before him. The second h5 that I'm comfortable with is f3 lines, right? White plays f3, trying to play g4. Think classic English attack. And black plays h5 just to restrain it. And sits on that h-pawn. Okay, I understand that. Even that, I don't have the most experience doing it, but I've done it a few times now.
So which one is this?
But this is a third thing,
I think
right?
I'm playing a chump.
Yeah, this is like, this is just whatever, a formless, shapeless, right? There's no g-pawn to poke with the h-pawn. There's no knight on g3 to kick off of e4, like in one of the famous Fischer games, right? Was that he was removing a defender of e4.
Yeah. There's like knight on g3 in that game. That was the point. It was like h5, h4.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. The other place you see it is when there's a pawn on g3, right? So white's playing some kind of lame fianchetto kind of thing. And you go h4 and you soften up the kingside dark squares. But this one, it's not even Najdorf Kostya, right? This is Khan, Queen b6, e6, Taimanov. It's other territory.
This is Alpha Zero chess.
Yeah.
This is pure computer influence, as usual.
So he's like, I can just sit here in the center with the king and start pushing pawns. By the way, Kostya, you would know this kind of thing. Do they do tie breaks if like a rapid match or something if somehow the players tied today?
Yes. They are going to, if there's a tie, they're going to have a rapid playoff tomorrow.
Cool.
So, yeah, that's on the table. That's on the table.
Let me quickly see what's happening on other boards today. So Sevian against Hans Niemann. Good Lord, he's got twice as much time as him. Hans, by the way, also playing with weird G5 moves. Wow. And Sevian somehow was maybe prepared for this based on how much time he's got on the clock.
Yeah, this is some kind of like opening. I mean, Hans's play makes sense because White's king is on G1, but yeah, I'm shocked at how deep Sevian seems to know this.
Rook BE1. Okay.
But yeah, we need to keep an eye on the status of Hans's king. Because Hans's king definitely going to be big danger this game.
Yeah.
They have history, Sevian and Hans's king in particular.
I thought you meant for a second, I thought you just meant the Black King was going to be a target with opposite side castling. But yeah.
Oh yeah, that too, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Opposite side castling, a pawn moved, but no, okay.
But no, it's got like a restraining order against.
The king's like, I have a restraining order against him. What's he doing here? They're like, we delayed it till the last round, sir. The arbiters are all
do I have
watching.
the inside scoop, Jake? I think that's gonna go down as one of chess's great unsolved mysteries. I think we'll never know. We'll never know the truth.
But both these guys having good tournaments, or slightly good tournaments at least. I mean, if Hans wants to be world champion, maybe his goal was to win the U.S. championship. But they're having solid performances, right? They're each on +1, I think.
Yes, but they both have had heartbreak. Sevian lost this game to Dominguez. Was that yesterday?
No, yesterday he beat Shankland. Shankland overpressed
yes,
in equal
2 days
position.
ago. Right. Yes, Shankland has seen a ton of heartbreak. And then Hans was doing well, but then he lost to Robson.
Mm-hmm.
In kind of unfortunate manner, unnecessary manner. So yeah, I was just thinking about this. Every player in the tournament has had some kind of heartbreak.
Other than
Fabi.
the two leaders, right?
But even Carissa has had heartbreak because she was trying to get her 11-0 and
Yeah.
she lost 2 games and she's like super bummed out.
Yeah.
So no one's happy except Fabi.
Right. Yeah, they had that tournament where they had it. They called it the Disrespect Championship, but really chess tournaments on average are the misery championships. The heartbreak championships.
Right.
Who's gotten more unlucky? Blah blah blah. I was crushing them until blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sob stories.
So Sevian and Hans have some super complicated game. We could check back in on at some point. Neither of them can quite win the tournament, but they're both turning in pretty decent performances, and whichever of them finishes on +2 will be probably third in the standings. Then there's one other game that I don't have up, which is Abhimanyu Mishra versus Wesley. It looks... yeah, I'm not even going to click on it. Just like a maneuvering e-pawn game. Just trying to update the Sensei eval bars before we go deeper. So let me get to my eval bars. You tell me if I get anything wrong, Kostya. I'm thinking that Fabi Shanky, White's better. A Wonder Lanier is equal. Sevian Niemann, I think Sevian must be better. At least on the clock. And Mishra, so I'll call equal. That's what I got. Oh, Kostya, you've gone silent again.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Sorry. No, I didn't realize I was muted. My bad. So I'll just update people on the women's games.
Yeah.
Carissa played very drawish line against Alice
Mm-hmm.
in the Petrov defense. So that one looking like a draw. Carissa already clinched there, but Alice is still in contention for second.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and let's see. Wow, Begum against Tadev is pretty crazy.
Are either of them in
Yeah,
contention for second? Yeah.
so Begum also tied with Alice for second place.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Alice very likely gonna draw because I think Carissa, by all appearances, is done with the tournament. Um,
She's gonna go home like, I hate chess. This tournament sucked. Why did I even go? So painful. They'll be like, here's the championship trophy. But all you remember is the last couple games, right?
yeah, just the disappointment,
heartbreak.
man. Bummer. But okay, it's kind of cool. Like she won the tournament in 8 rounds.
Yeah.
Just ended the tournament. Um, and then yeah, Begum's position is wild. I mean, must have been French
Must have been French.
and three.
Technically, black has a
Oh,
position, but surely it's lost.
it was this weird winnower line with Bishop B4, A3, Bishop A5.
Uh-huh. Ah, yeah. B4 takes, Queen G4, King F8. Good lord. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, very sharp. Very, very sharp.
Okay, maybe it's not completely lost, but it can't be good.
Oh yeah, I have no idea.
I mean, you've got a worse pawn structure, worse development, worse king, so, and no advantage, right? So, hard not to be worse.
Got nice center though, as black.
It's
Nice
true, you
center.
do have a clump of stuff in the middle of the board.
Yeah.
There's room for something good to happen. Any other important games over there today?
Uh, yeah, but basically these two are the big ones.
Mm-hmm. How's Irina doing? 5 out of 10.
Irina has a very interesting game against
5 out of 10.
Nazi.
Man, she used to win 6, 7 games in a row sometimes, and now American women's chess or female chess has finally caught up to her a little bit, huh?
It's no longer so easy. It got tougher. It got real tough.
Real tough.
to
She's
deal
got a
with
very
all these kids.
she's got a very pleasant position for this last round game against another former U.S. champion in Nazi Paikidze, who's also not having an easy time.
Yeah.
Oh, the
no,
kids.
The veterans.
The kids are in
The
every
veterans
tournament.
have had it rough. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The kids are walking all over.
Yeah. Other than Irina being down a pawn, I like every single thing about her position. I like the gaping wounds that black has placed in their own position by rushing the f-pawn forward. I like the dark squared bishop that's unopposed on a long diagonal. I like the crummy bishop on c8. The huge center for white. Oh, everything. Everything. Clear advantage for white.
Yeah. Yeah, most likely.
All right, so back to the main event on Bishop G5 from Fabi, saying you missed your chance to play G5.
Bishop G5, yeah, the rightful heir to the G5 square returns.
Yeah. And yeah, I don't know the point of H5. Actually, we never really said what the point was, right? Other than that, computers maybe play something that looks like this sometimes.
Yeah, the point is that the engine often suggests it as a move. And so if you play H5, you've got like 60-70% chance of playing a computer move, like
Mm-hmm.
pretty good chance. So and then you can just delay your decision until the next move.
Yeah. So what? Maybe h4 now?
Well, yeah, I guess. Let's see. Once you've said h5, yeah, I mean, because like, yeah, I don't want to go knight g4. That seems weak. Knight e5, maybe knight
Knight e5's
e5.
maybe playable.
Knight e5, queen g3,
I think maybe queen h3.
h3.
My concern with queen g3 is the black might want to play this move h4 anyway. And
Oh yeah.
I suspect it's tactically sound here. Against bishop
Oh,
takes
yeah,
h4, knight h5, I would just think white's blowing it.
Yeah, pop you and lock you. Knight e4 also there. Yeah.
So maybe queen h3, sort of getting out of range of the knights.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, black's position seems miserable, but weirdly, I'm not really sure what to do next for white either. Maybe now for black, you just go knight c4. It's just like, whatever, it's a Sicilian.
Okay. I mean, I don't know, maybe. I guess as white, I would play bishop c1.
Mm-hmm. I know you will.
Um, I don't know, like f4, e5, f4.
f4, okay. If you
Yeah,
played
I'd go
bishop
f4.
c1, you might have allowed me to play g5 again, Kostya. Okay, but Kostya's not messing around anymore. f4.
Yeah, no, I'm treating this like a Title Tuesday game. And I
Now
would
he's
play
coming in
f4.
hot. He's just switching up to violent attacks. All right, I take on b2. I just like to see what Kostya's up to.
I had an idea, but now I have a different idea.
Cool.
Oh, but now I'm back to my original idea. Okay, I'll go e5.
e5, yeah, figures. All right, I'll take your bishop on d3.
Like that, huh?
Height. Oh, and you better not take on f6. I found a good move.
And I'll go queen takes d3. Check.
That's better. That's what I expected. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. h4. I'm trying to play like a computer.
Right.
I'm playing moves that don't occur to me. And that don't make any sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's happening here.
That means I succeeded.
Yeah. No, I mean, I truly don't know. Maybe it's okay for white. But Sam went h4. So he didn't go.
He didn't wait around. Yeah, h4.
He didn't get the tempo with knight e5.
Yeah. And to be clear, h4 was my first suggestion here.
Right.
So yeah, just h5, h4. Fabi answered quickly though. He said no. No weakening the b7 h1 diagonal. I imagine that was
h3.
That was his concern this time around.
So Fabi also an expert in pawn play. That's what he's saying.
He plays the move and he's like, I'm also an expert.
Yeah. And now, yeah, I don't totally feel the danger to black's position, but also it doesn't seem like you can just play with your king in the center whole game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hard to say. Maybe rook h. Oh my God, rook h5.
Rook h5. Wow.
Yeah. At first, I was going to say maybe we can't play rook h5 and hang the rook to bishop f6. And then I saw the knight could take back, and I thought, sure, let's let's just put our rook there. This allows the king to come over to g8 at some point, maybe, Kostya, with you know, an extra defensive piece on the king side.
I see.
This feels like something that no GM would have played in the 50s. This kind of amorphous.
No, they played. It's just that they would immediately get popped with bishop f6, knight d5, and like just lose usually. But
Okay.
here, I don't think that really works.
Maybe the bishop will just go back to c1. My work is done.
I think he's going back to somewhere.
But what if
D2,
Sam keeps
C1?
playing g5 and stuff?
He could.
Maybe Fabi needs to keep the blockade. Maybe queen e3? Knight g4.
But queen e3, we have to watch out for this idea, yeah, as well as like rook g5 idea too.
Rook g5.
You know, I'm not sure which one is
Wow.
worse.
Crazy. Knight g4, knight d5. Rook g5.
Knight g4, I think, is very simple. Like that seems clearly better for black.
Okay. Unfortunately, you can't take on g5 with the bishop. According to my calculation, after f4, we've just done...
Well, we did an oopsie.
Just makes us look like a beginner. So we'd have to take with the rook. And then maybe f3, holding the g-pawn and, in general, the light squares.
Okay, well, if they're going f3, then yeah, we're okay here.
Okay. Game goes on.
But I think black would be happy. I would take black.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe play something boring like knight c5, try and bring your queen to c5 and trade queens.
Mm-hmm.
My first instinct is to castle queenside and attack white's king.
And go rook h and h3, yeah, and win the game.
Yeah, but then I'm like, stop doing that, David. You always lose like that. Let's just try and trade pieces.
See, this is the privilege, especially because when you play like a strong player, or God forbid, like a famous player or a title player, like you're less likely to take these risks against them because you're like, okay, it's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
You just try to play solid, you know, knight c5. So they get this privilege. But yeah, we're thinking bishop is just going to drop back, like bishop d2, bishop c1.
Yeah. Okay, so by any measure, that position was pretty comfortable for black. So we're going to play bishop d2 or c1.
Yeah, let's say d2.
Okay,
I feel like
d2.
that makes...
I mean, I'm going knight e5, knight c4. You may regret quickly. We'll see. So I go knight e5.
Okay, queen e2.
Queen e2, because otherwise knight c4. And now g5, right?
g5. Yeah, I don't know what's happening there.
Yeah.
I guess f4? I'll go f4.
Yeah, I think so, because if you do nothing, I think Sam might even play g4. And if you play f3, then he can retract the rook and, you know, at some point put the knights on like g6 and h5 and so on.
Yeah, that's not fun.
So I'm not pumped about just sitting there with the f-pawn. So f4. G takes f4. Bishop takes f4.
No, I want rook takes.
Oh, sorry. Wants to get the rooks going.
I'm going to try to win the game.
One of the riskiest things to do in chess. All right, I'll go rook h7, continuing to play weird computer moves.
I was afraid of this obvious move.
I'll shuffle my rook.
Okay, queen... No. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe queen f2. Is that what you're thinking?
F2. Mm-hmm.
I've at least prevented the super obvious rook f1 because of knight h5, right?
Yeah.
So queen f2 makes sense.
Exactly.
Can I go knight h5 anyway, though? It looks playable.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to sack the exchange, huh?
I think so. I think White has to. Yeah.
The time has come. Oh, but no. Oh, man. What a self-owned knight g3 would be. It looks almost genius, right, Kostya? Knight g3, bishop h4, queen g8. Oops.
Yeah.
Man. I wish I had that. It would be really smooth.
Yeah, unlucky.
Okay, I'll go back to my original plan. Take. Queen takes, and then queen to e7.
Okay, and then black is like up the exchange.
You have a pawn for it, but it doesn't feel impressive yet.
Some unclear play. Yeah, so that doesn't look so good.
No.
Let's go back.
I mean, you might be close to equality. The dark square bishop's really good. I would just play queen f2. It's not easy for black to show up an advantage, but I'd be really surprised if that were actively good for white.
Mm-hmm. So we don't have rook h5 still on the board. 5e thinking.
I mean, what are the options? Is there a bishop takes f6 option? I don't think so.
Yeah.
White's position is kind of like coiled like a spring, but it's not yet clear where it goes. You know, how it explodes.
It explodes with f4, but black's not allowing not allowing f4. Okay, let's try f4 line, but with bishop takes f4.
Yeah. So that'll be rook h5, bishop d2, knight e5, queen e2, g5, f4, takes, bishop takes.
Yeah.
Okay. Tense position. All right. I will go. I don't know what to do for black. I'm going to play rook h7 again, maybe?
Mm-hmm. So you saw my sneaky forcing move threat?
No, I didn't. What was it?
Oh, I wanted bishop e5, and then if you take with the pawn, then rook f6.
Aha. And if I took with the
Take
rook?
it, then, you know, just be like, oh.
Then you just cry over your missing dark square bishop.
And lack of square. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so rook h7, good move.
Now I wish I'd left my rook on h5. Now that I know white's threat.
Okay, knight d4.
Yeah, that piece could be improved. Boom.
Worst place piece.
My worst place piece is my rook on a8, but if I improve it, I lose the pawn on a6.
So rook a7, nice.
That doesn't improve it.
Right.
That's why I'm so sad. All right. I don't see much to do other than knight h5, so I do it.
Yeah. I guess there was also, I don't know if white had something, but I guess there's knight d3 and e5 too as an idea.
Oh, yeah. A little risky, but should be calculated before making other moves. So let's just have a look. Knight d3. Any in-between moves for white with all this stuff hit? I think no. So we take it by c-pawn, I would think, to hold the diagonal. e5. Now there's bishop g5 as a main move.
Bishop g5, yeah. And then takes knight.
Takes knight. Knight d5, I suppose.
Knight d5 probably, yeah.
Oh, here's something nice. If black takes with bishop, and then pawn, knight d5, white has queen e4. Attacking more than half black's remaining pieces.
Yeah, that's GG.
Seems like there's unlikely to be a defense to that. Maybe knight g8. I can't castle queenside for two reasons, Captain Ketchup. Reason number one, I can't let white recapture the piece on f6. If I'm not up a piece here as black, I am going to lose. And reason number two, there's rook c1, which black might even play against knight g8. So I can just, I actually have no chance to bail out right now. I just have to turtle up in front of the king with all the pieces as well as I can.
Seems like white is doing well, but I don't know exactly how.
White has a lot of not obvious compensation for the piece here.
Not obvious.
Well, I think a beginner would look at this position and think white lost a piece and has nothing. Whereas you look at it and think that it looks pretty pleasant.
Well, Jake thinks that black's position looks about as fun as a root canal. So
that's a whole extra piece, Jake. Okay.
Yeah, but now we got to get it out with a drill.
The extra piece, huh?
You know, like a rook f4 shaped drill. No, I don't know.
Yeah, I think white's kind of pleasant, Kostya, and actually I had a pretty boring move in mind. I saw the idea of queen g4 as well, Liart, but I was thinking queen e4, just poking the rook, rook g7, supporting the knight, and bishop takes h4. Just cleaning up a first pawn and staying very, very calm.
Yeah.
Next, I'll take the pawn on d4, and basically we're just letting black get really, really in touch with the fact that it's hard to play the position.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do we have a move in the game? No.
Wow. So he's still thinking about this variation.
So we've got Fabi in the tank here about rook h5.
Yeah.
It's true that it's not an easy choice for white here between retreating and what else? Queen e3 didn't look that good. So what else is he thinking about? Maybe picking his square between c1 and d2? Is queen f4 less bad than queen e3?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's not like white's position looks good. After bishop e2.
Spicy game. Spicy game for sure. And Shanky's motivated, which is not always a good thing, right? He was very motivated yesterday, caused himself to lose the game.
Mm-hmm. No, he'll whip Fabi if given the opportunity.
Yeah.
No clown.
There are those players who are just sort of ready for a tournament to end, right? Like you were alluding to before, Kostya. They're like, well, I've done what I came here to do. I don't have any remaining interest in the last one or two games.
Yeah, like Carissa, because she won the thing already.
Yeah. But for Shanky, I mean, if he wins this one game, it'll kind of turn the whole tournament around for him. So,
right.
I think he's here to play. He's probably happy that it's so weird. Would be my thought.
Yeah, he loves Najdorf.
What do you think about the developments in a Wonders game? Anything to say over there?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's kind of concrete. Linear is, I think he didn't find A3 so funny. That's what I'm gonna think.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it seems like he's trying to defeat a wonder.
Okay. A Wonder has the opportunity to turn this into a French right here and right now. He's got the move.
Yeah,
E5,
he can E5 him.
right?
Yeah.
And then if black has to go knight e8, that's not pleasant for a peasant, right? So the main line you'd have to calculate would be knight e4, and then you have to check on, bishop takes e4 followed by knight e2 or knight f5.
Scary stuff. Mm-hmm.
He just played
E5 played. Wonder also wants to know the answer to this question.
In other news, Evan informs us that Sevian is finally out of prep.
What? But we're only 90 minutes into the round.
90 minutes into the round, and he's already thinking for himself? What?
Embarrassing. All right, let's see what kind of concoction. Oh, after G4. Oh, okay, so he's been tanking after G4. Yeah, because Compy didn't give this move, but now how are you supposed to deal?
Yeah, I mean, E5, G takes F3 is hot. Really,
E5,
really hot.
Yeah, you have knight H4. Knight takes D4, probably not. But E5, G F3, knight takes F3, yeah?
Or pawn takes D6 or knight, either way, right? Like, you can...
Or just start taking stuff. Pawn takes D6. No boy.
Yeah, I guess I'm just insane, but I'm thinking of rook takes g3 in that position for black. And I think it doesn't quite pan out, but that's the move I want to play.
Wow, rook g3.
I suppose queen f8 is a more normal move.
Yeah.
Then pawn takes c7, rook e8, knight f3 or something. I don't know.
No, it should be. It looks good for white. I mean, yeah, it feels like.
So white just plays down a piece, right?
On c7. Very strong. I have no idea. Actually, I don't know. But yeah, you got like bishop a6 stuff, and who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. Looks definitely looks possible from white's perspective to give a piece. And honestly, you'd think the answer to g4 would have to be e5.
One would think, we live in a society where, oh, we have a move.
Wow.
Knight takes d4.
Played the blatant move. What this looked bad against was knight d4, bishop d4, right? But maybe he's saying it's fine. I don't get the e5 break, but I get the c file. I wonder if he might even eat the f pawn. It's probably only me that looks at pawns like that hungrily.
So you're going to eat f7.
To me, if he wanted to do this, the point would be after bishop d4 to somehow still have the move e5, which I don't see working at all.
Yeah.
But maybe he'll just play rook c1. I don't know.
Curious. Very curious. And Hans didn't take on d4 yet, right?
No. Oh, sorry. He did. He did now.
He just did, yeah.
Maybe bishop f7 to d5. Maybe bishop d5 without taking the f pawn. Who needs the f pawn? What do you think of bishop d5?
d5, huh?
What I'm trying to do is clear the c4 square for my knight, right? Well, I mean, I'm also mating on b7, so black has to make something sort of like a concession, right? But
bishop d5 is surprising. Yeah, maybe bishop d5. Wow. And then knight c4 and rook c1 and
yeah,
everything's flowing in. Could be.
So knight takes, pawn takes, queen f6, rook c1. Yeah. Not totally clear how to hold the c file there for black. Bishop d4 played, and here's where Sevian's thinking, man, that's a heck of a crazy position.
Barn burner. Oh, Fabi made a move.
Okay, sorry, let me see it. I wonder, Fabi. Bishop f4. What? Now he's begging for g5.
Asking for it. He's like, ooh, play it. Play it right into my veins, Sam. Play the move g5.
Wait, against bishop d2, we were playing g5. What is this move?
He wants g5. He wants it. He's like, do it, Sam. Do it. Do it.
There's no way he's got like an e5 counter shot, right? Because if bishop takes queen. There's no way it's some fancy thing on the f4 c7 diagonal.
No way. No, this is not a good. I'm just gonna call it now. It's not a good move.
Really?
I'm calling it.
That's very brave of you
sense.
Because
you're hitting.
He hasn't made many bad moves this tournament.
Yes, true.
You're out on a limb, but to be a good commentator, you have to take that risk sometimes and say that somebody, 300 or 400 points higher than you has just made a mistake.
Yeah.
I mean, I was watching the Sacred Gukesh yesterday, and I said the guy's just doesn't know what to do. He's just lost the thread of the position. He's playing random moves like he's just, confused.
My bad. I take it all back. He wants g5, bishop h2. Excusez-moi. Excusez-moi. He wants bishop h2.
Covering
He
all the
believes the bishop
squares.
is best play. Yeah, my bad. That we should have seen. That's on us. That's on us. That's on us.
What a genius. What
I
a
mean,
genius.
It's a unique solution. Yeah, for sure.
Fighting for those
really
squares.
see if this is so bad for black. Like, because someone said in the chat earlier, like, black can still go knight e5 and is never worried about bishop e5, d takes e5. We've known that since the days of Louis Paulsen in the 19th century.
Louis.
Yeah. He had games where his opponents would naively take on e5 and then would lose.
Yeah. Honestly, Philidor probably understood you shouldn't take on e5. I would think he'd be the first person to have known.
Captain's Ketchup says g5 is anti-positional. For me, it seems pro-positional. But
yeah. Hard to know.
Is it anti-positional?
When things get sufficiently modern, nobody even knows what's up or down anymore. Like, is something
G5 needs
retro
to
or
show
modern?
its
Is it
support,
positional
yeah.
or anti-positional?
I thought it usually means like anti-positional is going to be something that like gives up some squares or weakens some pawns, or otherwise breaks known rules. But G5 doesn't really break any rules.
Could I sack a pawn with G4, Kostya? Would that be enough
Now
of a
G4
temptation
is anti-positional. Oh, G4 for black.
for you to give the
I was
bishop?
going to say for white. G4 for black. Wow. So bishop takes e5.
Okay, Kostya does give that bishop. Rook g5. Costly
Rook
mouse
G5.
slip there from Shanky.
Ooh, rook f5. Rook g5 and I don't know. F3? F is this a rated analysis? I'm gonna go F3.
Yeah. It's a rated analysis. I am kind of down a pawn. I want a castle queenside zebra, but bishop takes a6 is always stopping me.
Yeah, good question.
Shanklin has played knight e5 without moving the g
Go
pawn.
95 first, which I think makes sense.
Well, let's assume
you
white
can still
plays
play
queen e2.
You can still play g5, yeah, as black, exactly. But queen probably goes to e2.
Yeah. Quickly. I would love for Sam to have a follow-up in mind.
He's gonna go rook c8. No, I don't know. It's okay, Chessy, bro. It's okay.
Yeah.
Look, you guys give us ideas. We'll respond in kind.
Meaning we're gonna blunder too?
Yeah.
Surely.
I've blundered so much. You guys don't even know. Just been keeping it to myself. Just got pieces hanging left and right.
Yeah. I mean, I've castled
Yeah,
queenside
obviously.
like 100 times this game for black, and then bishop takes a6 every time and been annoyed.
All right. Yeah. What's Fabi thinking about? There's no knight b5, knight d5. Bishop e5. Queen e3. Then you still have to be worried about g5 or knight c4.
I'm going to update the evaluation on the other board, by the way, Kostya. A Wonder played e5, right? And Dominguez apparently didn't find knight e4 playable. So now he's in like a real French with a knight on e8. I'm calling that just good for white.
That's better for white. And then it went bishop e3, queen d8. Wow.
Yeah.
So he's really like banking everything on his like queen side.
Yeah.
Counterplay.
That game got a lot more interesting.
So okay, f4. Come on, I wonder. Let's go.
We've got 2 games that are really live right now.
Yeah.
I mean, a super basic question also is just queen h5 trying to make a weakness, right? I mean, call me traditional, but I like to make a little weakness in my opponent's king side.
Yeah, absolutely. Queen h5 there. And check out Hans's move. Hans's last move.
What's he done?
Hans is
I don't even know what Sevian played. Bishop h4.
Hans is like, I'm here too.
Oh yeah. He's like, I didn't mean for a wonders chess to speak for itself.
Rook g5.
Rook g5. Well, what was Bishop h4
wild.
About? Bishop h4.
Bishop h4 is nice. That made sense for me.
Okay, tell me about it.
Well, you get your bishop back on this pin. It's super uncomfortable for black. Now you want like king h1 and like f3 even.
But I mean, if he's supposed to be improving his worst place piece here, it's his rooks, right? He should be doing something for the rooks.
But bishop h4 also comes with like e5 ideas, like e5 knight e4.
Okay. Well, mark my words so that you can criticize them later. Bishop h4 is a mistake and rook g5 is obvious. Very, very easy counter to that bishop move.
Well, to me, it was a very nice move.
Under the influence maybe of Sam playing h5, h4, and rook h5, and all the stuff we've been looking at with the g-pawn, to me this looks... Oh, man. Do you see a wonder having to, like, spend a move defending that a-pawn?
Rook a1?
That's miserable.
That doesn't seem right.
That's the kind of move you play after 7 years in a cubicle, and you're like, man, I hate my job.
No, I mean, that's the move I would have made. But, I mean, like, I was thinking, you know, he's there for a reason. He's going to go f4.
Yeah.
Queen h5. And not even rook b3, huh? So he doesn't even... Okay.
I don't know what to tell you. He played rook a1. Doesn't look that fun. Black's probably going to try a5 now that he's successfully got white thinking about that side of the board.
I think Sevian missed this rook g5. I think he was only thinking about his ideas.
Ruh-roh. That said, your idea for him here would be king h1 with the idea of f4. And then if gf3, knight f3, right? Hitting a bunch of things.
King h1, yes. But then rook h5 is probably an issue.
Right here, king h1, rook h5?
I think so.
To me, that lets me put the bishop back on g3. I'm okay with that. Oh, there's not really lines to bishop takes g5, Clint. It's just that after bishop takes g5, black's pieces are good, structure is good, h2 is a positional target, right? Like rook h8 and bishop or queen to e5 could come. It doesn't need to come super fast, so I don't need to calculate how fast it comes. Like at some point it'll come, it'll be annoying, and White's lost any control over e5, so there's no longer an e5 break. There's not an f4 break. All that's left really is the c file.
Okay, well, let's see it. I will play Devil's Punching Bag. I will play G3 for white.
Okay.
So how do you...
So you're just defending
continue
h2
here.
in advance.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the h file's still a good file. I'm not going to get tricked out of playing rook h8.
Yeah, no, fine. And I wouldn't ask you to.
I was
Then
considering
I'll
doing
go-
something else. I was like, oh man, he like saw the idea. I almost didn't put my rook on the open file.
I'll go bishop b5.
Yeah,
Okay, when in doubt, trade pieces.
yeah, this is why I didn't play bishop c6. I thought he was just going to play bishop b5 anyway. Okay. When in doubt, trade pieces. Okay, queen f8.
Mm-hmm. Take on d7.
Knight.
It takes d7.
Jake, if we capture the f7 pawn, people are going to call us materialistic. So we're virtue signaling by not taking it. I think that's what it's called now.
Right, correct.
Yeah.
So now there's like a checkmate or something.
Jesse will tell us pawns aren't people and stuff like that, you know? He'll make fun of us. He'll laugh. Dog, what about activating your pieces, you know? So, no. Sorry, I meant knight takes d7. I may have missed
Okay.
something.
Maybe king g2?
King g2. So, perhaps arguing that you're going to defend h2.
No.
No.
I'm going h4.
Oh.
On any kind of
That's good news.
queen h6, I go h4.
I should try to prevent that. A wonder has played, or sorry, Sevian has played bishop d5. Sevian's played bishop d5. One move
Okay,
late,
so he didn't want this.
but a move that I like, yeah.
But yeah, I still think black is doing well here.
In that position we were looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have this idea to maybe go queen h6.
Mm-hmm.
You go rook h1, right? In honesty.
No, I wanted h4.
You were really going to play h4?
Well, I don't know. I got to defend somehow.
Okay, gh4.
Okay, now rook h1.
I'm threatening.
Oh wait, my
knight
knight's
too.
saying, stupid knight.
I thought with
put that
h4 you were
there?
just making like a joke. Like, no.
No, I was,
That was the plan. Okay.
I was trying to close the h file.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
Okay. Well, then maybe it's not good. I was planning to go rook h1, queen h3, king g1, knight e5. That's what I'd come up with. Yeah. And yeah, felt like white was pretty constrained.
Yeah, very sad position. I don't think we want this.
Okay. So in the game, bishop d5's been played. That move is hot. It was hotter with the bishop on g3, much hotter, because against c6, knight c4 and stuff was even stronger, right? I mean, the bishop was good on g3.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, it's still a serious move, even a move later.
Yes.
Wow. Did you see a Wonders game? Confusingly, rook a1 got black to play g6, just as surely as queen h5 might have.
Yeah, and now he's
on?
gone like a4, so he's trying to just like totally like squeeze Dominguez on both sides of the board. Actually, he's playing very interesting.
Yeah, he's doing this new weird thing that I've seen in advanced Frenches and Caros, right? Where white pushes the A and B pawns, even though that's supposed to be black's area,
Right.
and kind of like controls black's options positionally before throwing anything on the king side.
Yeah, and then like what's black gonna do? And then yeah, f4, f5, and just checkmate. He might win this game.
Yeah.
Maybe he wins. Bobby loses.
The famous fianchettoed knight, famous for being like the saddest steed in the stable. G4. G4.
But do you need g4? Is knight f5 even a threat here?
I don't even want to trade it, yeah. That knight is so bad, Kostya. It's going to go back and forth between e8 and g7. I want to see that. That's going to make me happy all game.
Yeah, I guess I would just worry. G4, maybe f6. Go f4.
Maybe worrying was a good idea. Yeah, g4, f6 is weird. G4, f6 is tricky to calculate as well. G4, f6, f4, fe, fe, queen b6, c3, and I guess against bishop takes b4, rook b1, I don't really believe what black's doing.
Yep.
But I'm not certain, because if we wanted to, we could keep analyzing moves for a long time with like a5 and so on.
Yeah. No, I don't think that's gonna work.
Maybe queen f3, switching the focus. With the idea that against rook f8, queen e3, and you're too late to save your bishop.
Yeah, how about f5 for black instead of fe? Is that something?
Okay. Traditionally against that move, white plays h3. Wow, Captain Ketchup had an insane variation in chat. So insane, we got to put it on screen for a second here. So after c3, bishop b4, rook b1, Captain Ketchup suggests rook takes c3. White takes, black takes on c3, rook b6, bishop d4 check, king h1, bishop b6. Really, really brilliant.
Yeah, that's what I wanted actually. But queen f3 though at the end?
Yeah, it's one of the fanciest things we've seen on stream. It nets 2 minor pieces and 2 pawns for a queen. Seems almost good, but queen f3 unfortunately ends the game.
Ends the fairy tale.
Like, you could go rook d8 or something, queen f7, and now this is how bad a fianchettoed knight is, Kostya.
You're puzzle rushed.
This is the diagram of, it's like, what is a fianchettoed knight? And this is the answer.
Yeah. A fianchetto knight is like someone, like let's say you're cooking someone and then someone is in the kitchen not helping and also like in your way.
Yeah, continually keeping you from reaching the spices.
Right, yeah. It's knight on g7.
Yeah.
Oof.
All right. We'll leave a wonder to reflect on this. C6 was played
G4
by Hans. On the other board we've got up. This is where I think a move ago knight c4 would have been just cracking with the bishop on g3.
Right.
But here, who knows? He might be reduced to capturing that pawn on f7. No.
My first thought would be like a knight c4. Is that like
knight c4? Even here with the and pawn takes bishop. Tell me more about it.
Oh, and then my move. Okay, knight a5 maybe.
Knight a5. You could even take on d5 first, maybe, since you tempo the queen.
Yeah. Also, that might be better.
Let's say e5, queen f8, knight a5. I see what you're doing, Kostya. Just bringing the knight to a5. See, I just wanted to get that bishop out of the way of the knight.
Yeah, this looks pretty bad now that it's on the board. I mean, black's king is empty.
Yeah. I guess you're playing b6. But, the problem with b6 is it opens up the a6 square. So queen c4, bishop c5, queen a6.
Yeah.
Ay. It looks super brutal. c6 has been played. Sevian's thinking again. Another move he could play, by the way, rook c1. Very plausible. If black plays king b8 to threaten the bishop can just take on c6.
Right.
I mean, you killed black so easily, effortlessly with knight c4 that it may seem silly to even suggest anything else. But I mean, against rook c1, I also don't know exactly what black's up to. It's a good position for white.
Wow. So yeah, it's like I'm starting to not buy this for black. It's just kind of too, like you're just getting checkmated.
Yeah, too much of
especially bishop can just come back to g3 at some point. Just homecoming king. What's the move on knight c4?
So do you want me to find a move that doesn't allow knight takes a5? Is that what you're expecting of me?
I mean, this is on the board, right? So I assume Hans has a solution, an answer to knight c4.
Yeah.
Yes, I guess it's just one of those questions you have sometimes. What's gonna happen? Let's think. To do
bishop e6.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, let's say bishop takes g5. Take your rook.
Still longing for the rook. Sure, I take it back.
Knight a5.
Knight a5. Okay. All right. C takes d5.
ED.
ED. Knight d5.
Queen d5.
Okay, I was hoping I could play bishop d5 and not be dead lost. Let's see if that's the case. Yeah, I'm still in the game.
Yeah.
I will take on b2. No. What am I going to do? I think in my analysis, Kostya, I was playing rook d2 here for black initially.
Good move.
That's quite a hallucination of a move. That's on another level.
It's a good move.
Now that I can't move the rook, I'm feeling less and less comfortable. If I can't even get to an open file, white's going to be able to play rook d1. I don't really have great squares for all these bishops.
Oh, knight c4 is on the board. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to get this question answered.
Jesus. You don't often get such a rollicking attacking position as Sevian has here in Super GM play.
Yeah.
Where you just get to sack pieces and open up a can of whoop. Dang.
Wait, there is a question about bishop d5, but I didn't understand. So knight c4, so we're saying bishop e6, bishop takes g5, hg, knight c4, knight a5, excuse me, c d5, e d5, and then if bishop d5...
Oh, it was rook e7.
It's rook e7, right?
Yeah. I mean, there may also have been something else like queen d3, I don't know, but rook e7 takes, knight takes, and the bishop's attacked, so next move white takes f7. I mean, black's just shredded.
Yeah, I think that's not working for white. Unless we missed something here, and then we definitely did miss something.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to update this to white is winning this game. I mean, we're not seeing any moves for black that don't end up completely lost, right? We haven't suggested a single line that was better for white.
So far we have not, David, no.
Yeah, everything was dead. So we're going to say winning at the moment.
Hans is lost in all simulations thus far.
Yeah. Yeah, chat saying, can you go bishop e8 instead at some point here? Yeah, possible move.
Okay. All right. Let's go. Okay. Well, now that bishop, let's take the rook.
Take the rook?
Right, now that there's no rook h8, like we're...
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Kostya. Take the rook. And then maybe knight a5.
And now knight a5.
Just because that pawn's there. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think so. Because I don't think, I mean, you can take the piece on d5, but I think it's still good for white.
Right. If you don't take the piece on d5, well, I'm increasing the pressure on c6, right? Because I'll go rook c1 and take on c6 at some point.
Yeah. So cd5 necessary.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the critical move to check. We'll take with the e-pawn. Black has to keep their eye on the theme of queen c4 here. Got a theme of queen c4, bishop c5, b4, winning the game. So there's bishop e5 or queen c7.
Okay.
My instinct is that bishop e5 doesn't leave enough pieces on the queen side. So I'm going to try queen c7 first.
Okay.
I'll go rook c1, bishop c5.
Queen c3.
I wanted that. What's the plan after knight d5?
No plan.
Yeah. No plan, boss. Yeah. I was very excited to try and play that move.
Moment. Yeah, I don't see it. Bishop e8 played. And g4 played. Wow. Okay. So they're just playing all our moves.
Bishop e8 played there, and a wonder played g4. Look at that, not messing around. He knows about the fianchetto knight.
Yeah, he's aware. Fianchetto knight must be restricted.
Yeah.
Aaron Nimzovich, 1908.
All right, we got bishop e8. Well, this is the first move that we didn't just easily beat as white, right? So
Yeah.
Let's go to this bishop c5 position again for a moment as Linear plays the anticipated f6. And can we just move this knight to safety on c4?
Okay. Yeah, I would say white is good at taking chances. You got a5 coming, knight b6. Move your queen, you got b4 ideas. Black has two pieces, but like lacking coordination. Queen on c7, big target, you know, like feeling like white has some dynamic play. Okay, David, I gotta take a quick break. I'll be back.
All right, we'll see you.
Folks, see y'all soon.
Yeah, I think a critical line here before we go back to Fabi's game, folks, would be like knight d5, rook f d1. I think black has to try and grab another pawn here. Maybe I'm overestimating that, but I'm feeling like black needs some more space on the queen side, even more pieces to come to the rescue. So I want to go knight d5 and bishop c6 and just sort of mass everything over there to defend my king. So I'm thinking knight d5, rook f d1 could be critical. And then after knight b4, I was calculating this move, knight takes d6. There's other options too, surely. Yeah, I think knight d6 actually might do it. I hadn't seen it fully clearly before. But you see knight d6, if the bishop takes, we can get the queen, and black doesn't quite have enough pieces. If the rook takes, we trade the rook. And if the queen takes, finally, we capture here, and oh my goodness, maybe we don't win. Maybe we even lose. Wow. Not so easy, Bambizi. Not so easy. It's a long line, yeah? Keeps getting deeper. Yeah, Clint Stewart, there's queen d1 or rook takes queen, or queen e1 or rook takes queen. But either way, black gets an endgame, right? Gets a queen trade and plays bishop pair against rook in the endgame. That's fine. We were counting on winning that piece. I was counting on winning that piece. Huh. Yeah, I can't quite justify this position for white. I could keep obstinately thinking I'm missing something, or I could go look earlier for other options. Played a move, has Sevian. Knight a5 without taking the rook. Excitement. Interesting, Evan. Maybe I'll take a look. Wesley versus Mishra. What do I understand about this? It's an edge for white. You're right. We're just going to update that immediately. White's better. Yeah. Better bishop. Good amount of space. Maybe great chances that black holds, right? Because the position's mostly locked. There's a narrow amount of space for white to try and push through for an advantage. Also, I haven't calculated whether knight takes h5, how sound it is. You know, knight h5, what's the point here? Is this the point? I don't even know. I guess you'd have to do this to keep the black pieces at bay from your king side. White still looks better, yeah. This piece is really locked out of the game. Yeah, it feels almost like you're up a piece here as white. Very close. There's still levers like f6. There's still play. But probably, you know, queen g4, rook g1, etc. And black's going to get shut down. Probably h5 is sound. Okay, so a good position for Mishra. Yeah, knight e7, the choice, a sounder move, so white can trade one knight. Knight h4 or whatever. Let's go back to the tournament leader, Fabi. Let's see how he handled knight e5. Queen d1, not queen e2. So he doesn't stop the move knight c4. Shanky backs off all the way. Fabi grabs control of the g5 square. Why did Shanky not want g5? I'm not sure. I guess bishop h2 was the genius sauce that it was. Oh, the e6 square. Somebody mentioned a hole. Oh, but now, yeah, you've got the unopposed light squared bishop, so you don't have to be as worried about your light squares, huh, Sam? And the king's got a square that allows the rooks to connect finally, and we're no longer defending a6, so this rook can develop. Sam's probably doing all right. Ish? Fabi's, I don't know, I feel like Fabi's been slowed down a little bit here. Like he's not ready to pump black's position full of lead, you know, bang, bang, bang. I think black's maybe, we'll need Kostya to confirm this, but I feel like black may have gotten back into that game more or less. So I'm going to guess that and switch the human eval bar. f6, the bishop had to move, and knight c4 was coming for sure, yeah. So when Sam played f6, he knew that he had by force this knight c4 move. So he could envision this and feel confident that he's covering the light squares because he's got the only light squared bishop, he's got a light square queen. And white's really just trying to shelter themselves from this bishop. Looks pretty pleasant for black, right? King f7, knight e5, rook on the c file. I have to keep an eye on the b6 pawn. Jacob Wilbers thinks that white still has 0.1 advantage. To me, it's pretty unclear. What's happened with a wonder and Lanier after f6? A wonder is deep in thought. Wow. Are there moves other than f4? Maybe ef6, bishop f6, c3 is a move. Maybe queen e2. Pawn takes e5, queen e5 is another one. I don't know. Knight d4 drops a pawn, never mind. Which pawn does knight d4 drop? It is Sam's move, by the way. And he finally develops the rook. Now that bishop is gone. Okay. So now you can play something like knight d4 if you want. Clint Stewart, I'm not a fan of f5 myself, but Kostya suggested it too, so maybe there's some good reason behind it. Bobby plays queen f2, ganging up on the boy 6. Okay. But I mean, if Sam played king f7, would you even give your second bishop? I guess you would. Guess he's that kind of a dude. Well, maybe Sam should play knight c5 to just block that diagonal for good. Chess Zebra has the same thought. I mean, it doesn't really coordinate with rook c8, but maybe, yeah, maybe that's just it. You go knight c5. Shanky turtles up and defends his pawn. That's a sad, sad looking move. I guess it's clearing the c4 square for the knight in some case, maybe? And it's defending both of these slightly weak pawns. But, you know, e6 is quite open. The queen was sort of helping the square a little bit from c4. You can expect knight d4, king f7 here. They're at move 24, by the way, folks. So they've got 16 moves to make. That is some very mild time pressure for Fabi. And Shanky is on pace. You know, he's only 15 minutes ahead, but it's the difference between mild time pressure and being right on pace. On the other hand, a Wonder Li Yang and Lanier Dominguez, they're only at move 19. So they're each in a little bit of time pressure there with their 30 minutes each. You know, they got a lot of moves to make. Yeah, Captain Ketchup, were you thinking of, the bishop on e7 could go to c7? At the moment, Chess Zebra, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of initiative, but, you know, I don't know, things could change pretty quickly, right? If white goes knight d4, king f7, f4, with the idea of f5, you'll very quickly find yourself in initiative position again, right? So then you'll have to suddenly play very, very actively and precisely there at the moment that happens. Let's see, we've got a move from Fabi. It's just gentle rook d1, going to the semi-open file. And this is, you know, maybe restraining the bishop from completing that kind of a maneuver. Could sacking a pawn on b5 be a plan? I imagine you're asking about Shanklin's position. And yeah, rook d1 sort of stops it a little bit at the moment, but very often you can play b5 because of queen c2, right? Let's see how it looks here. This knight's hanging, so I guess there's not knight d6. Well, I mean, the point is to go knight d6. Let's go knight d6 here. Then maybe we have to trade the queens here. Grab the pawn here, rook here, and the position's fine for white. White's slightly better because of the rook on h8, just slightly, you know, just slightly. Nice move by me, rook d1. With the rook on e1, like last move, actually b5 should have been a major consideration, except there was knight a5. That's why he didn't play it last move. Got it. Okay. So he plays queen c7. If white did something really random, I think he could play b5, takes, knight takes, queen c2 with the advantage for black. So rook d1 mildly prevents it because of the d6 pawn. So if Sam plays b5 here, we're going to get this variation where white can take the pawn on d6, and I think white is slightly better. That's why I say mildly prevents it, because it's not like b5 is a forced loss. It's just probably not good. A Wonders played f4. It's probably slightly not good. We've got a question about the Hans game. Hans has taken this piece, and Sevian is thinking. Does not seem clear on... Does not seem confident in his continuation here. Another variation I'll tell you guys, which I calculated, I think, but didn't show, is something like takes, hitting the queen, queen here, takes. We've been here before. We played rook c1. I also calculated this knight takes b7 idea, queen b7, queen c4, bishop here, and then you can't play b4, I don't think, because of here. And even here, queen a6 and rook b1 would be a mating attack, but there's immediate queen b7, and you don't have the tempo to get the rook over. So, no, I'm not confident on white winning anymore, actually. I don't see a certain win after what's happened. So I'm going to update my eval again. And we're going to guess. We're going to make a really weird guess. I mean, this is where you would normally cop out and say unclear or complicated or something. But I'm going to guess that somehow Niemann is somewhere close to equal, actually. Because I can't find what white is supposed to do. And unless I can see a concrete variation, all the pieces are in front of us. And, black's king is a bit exposed, but black's slightly ahead in material. Okay, so that's where that game's at. Sevian is really struggling to find a continuation to justify what he's up to. We've got a wonders game here, which has gotten super exciting with f4. The Fabi game is definitely 3-result position. It's a very rich Sicilian position where either of them could lose for sure, easily. Sam plays king f7, covering the e pawn and just coordinating the rooks a little bit. And Fabi just simple move, rook d2, just restraining black's d pawn and the rest of black's position, trying to defend the d pawn. Sam definitely has been playing aggressively, Merles, so I would expect there's a high chance that he will go all out. And yeah, it could be at the wrong time, depending. I did not like his queen c7 move. It felt not quite right. Can he play knight e5 here? I mean, I'm thinking of queen c6 to prepare knight e5, but what if he played knight e5 now? And then against bishop takes b6, just moved. Oh, then there's knight a5, yeah. Then there's knight a5, right. So whatever you do, wherever you go with the queen, there's going to be knight a5 to stop this knight c4 move. So knight e5, question mark. You could maybe set it up with queen c6, though. Well, then there's knight d4. I mean, yeah, I just don't even like this queen back here exactly. But if bishop b6 weren't with tempo, right, you could go knight e5, bishop b6, knight c4, and hit a bunch of things. So maybe you can somehow set that up. Endgame Arenas Coupe are going to be the first Saturday of November, I think. This Saturday we'll have normal chess for the viewer tournament. An important thing is Fabi seems comfortable with the position. He's playing sort of simpler moves relatively rapidly now. So after a huge amount of time was invested by these two players in an unusual position, jockeying for, what kind of a situation they were going to be in. But now he seems to have settled in and say, like, I've reached a structure I understand. I know which pieces belong where, what the plan is. So he seems pretty comfortable. I said that he's in a little time pressure, like mild. But if he's able to play sort of easier moves more quickly here, it's a good sign for him. Obviously, I want him to lose today. I'm just being unbiased when I say that, right? As if it's a good thing. It's a good thing for him and for his fans. And winning and losing is not all that, it's not all about that. It's also more about just seeing some interesting moves and questions and puzzles come up. So what does Shanky want to do? He wants to improve some of his pieces. There's a little bit of a tangle going on for black, right? Where you can't move this knight because of this pawn. Your bishop's kind of stuck in. Your rook's defending this pawn. You're not really doing any pressure anywhere. Chat suggesting rook g8 and Yar. But g4 is very well defended by white at the moment. So no obvious move for him. Whoa! Mishra has sacked it. Shocking move from Mishra. Goodness. Is it sound? It doesn't look it. What is... Wow. He didn't even like prepare it, right? He didn't put his rook on h1, his knight on h4. He just went for it. The little kid has not been bowed by a somewhat tough tournament here. He is the lowest rated player, but his current score is still a bit low, even given that. You know, he's hasn't won a game yet. Has a few draws, but quite a few losses. Trying to make sure that Wesley gets one decisive game. Jake. What is going on here? Black has to take the bishop right away, I think, Clint Stewart, because of knight f5, ef5 attacking the rook. Technically, I guess this is an alternative that black could play like this. No, white can take this way, yeah. And then after here, take with the queen. And you can't get the two pieces for the rook, so you're just lost. Yeah, so I think black has to take the bishop, but Wesley's thinking for a while because nobody knows what Mishra's up to. Oh my god, that's what Mishra's up to, folks. I finally found it. He's going to take that third pawn with the knight. Oh, you little genius. This is why kids are so darn dangerous. That's the third pawn for the bishop, and you can't really take it because of the weird hopping properties of the knight. Check this out. You know, check, ow. I don't know where you should head, but ow. Right? And now you've got two rooks and three pawns against three minor pieces. It's a material imbalance which can go either way. But here, I would probably pick white. But I would say black could still fight. But I would probably choose white. So bishop h6. Wesley finds a different candidate move. Knight e4, defending the h6 square. Holy moly. But I think good enough for Mishra. I don't know what all the options are. It's hard to keep up with this, right? But I think that this option here... Sorry. Let's make it even simpler. I'll trade so you don't have to worry about knight f5. Here. Here. Oh, no. I don't want to trade because now the rook can take here instead of the pawn. Sorry. Okay. So I'm going to take. And what I want to say is that I think this position here would be terrible for black. Despite the protected passer, you don't have this bishop. So you'd have to look at knight f5, I guess. Then pawn takes, rook takes, knight e5. Your bishop's back in the game, but you're down a pawn. So yeah, I mean, white's got the advantage again. And white also has the option. maybe to just retreat the bishop, but then there's knight d6. That's probably annoying for white. Okay, knight e4. Great move from Wesley. In general, people who come for Wesley get killed. Right? The reason he draws his games is because people are happy to draw him. Those who try to beat him do not do so. Do not fare well at all. So we'll see how young Mishra does, because he's trying to beat him. Officially trying. Bishop c6 from Shanky. That looks like a move aimed at playing b5 to me. Knight d4. Knight e5. All right, so he finds a way to get his piece going and leave b6 hanging. And Fabi just stops knight c4. Cold-blooded move from Fabi. Shanky's bishop might drop back this way now. Everybody clear on this idea that like knight takes, queen takes, you can't come ahead a pawn. You can't come out ahead a pawn with bishop b6 because of knight c4. Right? Bam, 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 hitting everybody. So positional move from Fabi, b3. And what I would anticipate is something like bishop d7 hitting the knight, and if the knight retreats, going for b5. But yeah, I mean, Fabi's position is very sound position. It's a little frustrating for Shanklin that he's grabbed this bishop here. He's got this unusual position, but he can't quite activate all his pieces. I've played enough Nightorfs with the pawn on h7 to have this feeling of when you're a little bit frustrated, you can't quite do what you want to do. Okay, so much going on right now that's exciting. f4, c3, a5 in the game of Wonder Liang and Dominguez. Remember here, a critical variation was bishop takes b4, right? You guys probably see the live position on stream below me, right? So you're like a little bit ahead of this, but he didn't go for bishop takes b4. He played a5. I think white's reasonably happy to see. b5 just kind of locking things. Rook f8, I would think queen e2, bishop c5, bishop e3. This looks very comfortable for white. To me, my sense is Linear hasn't done anything that would upset a Wonder's joy when he looks at his e5 pawn and black's g7 knight. Kind of the two features,
Wow.
main features, the space advantage and the fianchettoed knight.
Wow. No, this looks incredibly pleasant for white.
Mm-hmm.
Black can't get that bishop out. That bishop on d7 is cooked.
Bishop on d7 is almost as bad as the knight on g7? Yeah, that's true.
I think he's in big trouble.
Oh, you can't play -2 pieces.
Yeah, white just goes like king g2, h4, h5.
Aye.
It'll be a wonder if he holds this.
Yeah, I mean, there could also be a positional approach to this too, Kostya, right? Like some version of you go king g2 and then sort of knight c2. Right? Maybe with your rook a on c1 to support any issues on the c file.
Mm-hmm.
I know we have a bad recent memory of not having a good time in this kind of a French, but knight c2, trade dark squared bishops, put the queen on that diagonal, trade queens, put your knight back on d4.
Yes, but why do you even need to do knight c2?
Oh, you don't need to. I'm just saying there's another approach possible.
Mm-hmm. No, I remember losing a position like this. They're very similar. I had like bishop on d7 and yeah, it's very bad.
Sevian came up
DK
with
blunders. Thank you for subscribing.
Sevian came up with an interesting approach to his position. We couldn't calculate a clear win for him, and so he threw in this move queen d3 in his move order.
Oh, interesting. Getting ready for b4 stuff.
Right, and somehow that got black's bishop out of the queen side. I'm not sure exactly what the refutation was to bishop c5 because I hadn't looked at this move before. But whatever that was, the result was the bishop came this way, and then he takes the exchange, takes the pawn, and so we've got the rook and pawn against two bishops. Still kind of a little speculating on the bad position of the black king. But this version looks much more plausible, actually. He's not super committed.
Murky position, I'd say. Murky.
King b8 looks like a standard move right now, just improving the king.
Yeah. Wow. Sharp stuff. Sharp stuff.
Plays it. Yeah, we got sharp stuff all over the place, Kostya. Oh, you didn't even get to see this. But look at the move that Mishra played against Wesley here. Back up a moment and show you move 28. Bishop takes h6.
I was watching a bit. Yeah, he bishop h6 then.
Yeah. No, Murky's not the official eval.
Black's bishop is on b8.
The official eval is that Fabi Shanky is equal, a Wonder Linear is white's better, Sevyan Neiman equal, and Mishra So white's better. Those are the official evals. They're right there. But yeah, this bishop h6 was incredible. Have you ever seen this theme before of knight f7? Like this? Yeah. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, definitely.
Actually, it shows the power and the weakness of the knight, right? Because the white knights are hopping really nicely, but it's because the black knights are keeping the king from defending his own rook.
Right.
That it's so effective, and you take everything. Even after he played bishop h6, Kostya, it was like 5 minutes before I realized he could play knight f7.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god, he got the dream position.
Wow.
Wesley, I thought knight takes f5 I was a little less completely sure of. My line that I would maybe play, Kostya, would be ef5, rook h6, knight e5 with an extra pawn.
Right.
That's what I was kind of leaning towards as maybe good for white, though I wasn't sure by how much. But what he got is a very, very safe, risk-free position, I think. This version with that bad pawn on h6 and a knight outposted on f5, I think this one is brutally bad for black.
Wow. Yeah, the bishop on b8 is just like ugly.
So bad.
And he doesn't even get d3 in.
Yeah.
Now rook b3, I'm predicting from Terminator Mishra.
Yeah, that's my move too, rook b3. But I would say d3 I think doesn't even help black either, because white could put a knight on d5, just clean up the pawn at will, or maybe even d3, rook b3, and you can't save the pawn. So, I don't know. It looks really horrendous to me.
Yeah, go Mishra.
Yeah.
Go, go, go.
Okay, Fabi. Wow, g5 from Sam. A million moves later, but yeah, he's moved all of them. But now what does he do about the b6 pawn? Oh, the knight on c3 is still hanging. Okay, so he plays g5. I was thinking white might want to put the c3 knight on f4.
Yeah, knight e2 still feels like a move. So where else it's gonna go?
Yeah. Oh my god,
Okay,
one of
looks
these.
okay for Sam. Looks okay.
Yeah. I think he might be a smidge worse, I think.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I'm gonna upgrade it for Fabi to white's better, unless you talk me down.
I mean, I think black's okay.
But the
But I
bishop
know
on
it's a tough position to play.
the
Very
bishop on
unclear.
e7 looks a little bit bad. The king position is a factor in some lines. We haven't achieved b5 or d5, and we're not even holding onto the bishop pair, right? It's just sitting there for white to trade off if they want it.
Yeah, but what's white gonna do though? Because those are just words, you know.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe knight e2, f4.
Now we're talking.
My top thought. Why did bishop takes e4 not work? Somebody wants to know. Okay. Bishop takes e4. Was your idea, Papam, that after fe4 you would grab the knight on c3? And perhaps the problem would be the knight on c3 taking on e4? Okay. They're at move 28. 12 moves to go. Doing all right on time.
12 moves to go. Scary situation.
Liang's just trying to hold that bind together, right, Kostya? Linear's looking for
queen e3.
Looking for some way to shake out of it. Queen c7 threatening the e5 square, right? He defends it with bishop d2, queen back to b6. Like, oh, I don't really want my queen on this diagonal, but I have to hold the bind together.
E3. Wow. Feels weird, but I guess he wants like bishop e1, bishop h4. And what can black do in the meantime?
I mean, he wants probably king g2 and h3 and rook a to c1 or e1. Like, he probably wants time to do a few little improvements.
Yeah.
And Lanier's just trying to struggle something.
But yeah, it's hard when all your pieces are restricted. They can't go nowhere.
Right. Like, queen on e3 would be really bad if black had some dynamism here.
Oh, yeah.
Some g5 or something.
Right.
How bad is g5? I guess you could just take it with the f-pawn, huh?
Yeah.
Pretty bad.
He goes rook f7. That makes sense. Doubling.
Yeah.
King g2 now? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, rook f7 doesn't feel like it hurts too much. King g2 and rook a1 both feel very safe. Right, if he plays f5, maybe that's something that rook f7 could be setting up for. In general, when he plays f5, I think white's ideal move is h3.
Yeah.
So there could be some scenario where if his rooks were on the f file, maybe you could f5, h3, he might have something like g5 or fg4. I don't know, but I don't quite see it. And Liang plays rook e1, so not even king g2, just improving that piece and fighting over e5. And yeah, he looks pretty comfortable. h3, pre-defending the g-pawn.
Quickly, and then h3. Man, they're both playing quickly.
Yeah.
Some mind games, David.
Well, a wonder knew what he was hoping to have time to do, right? So just kind of cheeky of him to move the king last. Keep it on g1 a few more moves.
It's hard to unpin here. In king g2, and queen has to go somewhere at some point. But he's saying he doesn't mind rook trade.
Yeah.
Like, trade all the rooks. I don't care.
I mean, I would say the time also comes where you can move away the queen and you don't need d4 to be protected, right? Like if your king's on g2 and you play queen g3 at some point, I'm just going to mark time for black to show the point. At some point you can move away, and if black gives you the dark squared bishop, I don't think that's the end of the world. Well, maybe it is.
Probably
A
not.
pawn's hanging too. I open up maybe dark squares, but now my F pawn's hanging. I take on A5, take on F4. Okay, well, I don't know. Not so easy. Not so easy.
Yeah.
But honestly, I'd be inclined to say it's winning for white. I just don't know what the final maneuvers are, but it just
Strategically,
looks like,
yeah, it seems
just
very
like
nice for white.
too
Yeah.
big of an advantage. Too many pieces.
Plus minus position. Yeah.
And folks, we haven't mentioned this in a while, but do you understand what's at stake here? Like that if a Wonder wins this game here, this beautiful position he has right now, if he can win it, he might become U.S. champion. I mean,
Yeah, U.S. championship is huge.
none of you thought that a Wonder Liang was going to be your U.S. champion a few days ago, or a week ago, or 2 weeks ago, or last year. Plus, there may be a World Cup slot at stake, but I don't think that's really a big deal. I think all these guys here can play in the World Cup if they want to. Don't you think, Kostya? Aren't they all high enough?
It's a big deal for guys like a Wonder. He might not get in otherwise.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it's top 5 go to World Cup.
Top 5?
But it might be more because from my understanding, they don't count the players that qualify by rating. So if Fabi qualifies by rating, then he wouldn't get a World Cup spot from U.S. championships.
How many players qualify by rating for the World Cup?
I think it's something like 30, 35.
So then it's going to include Wesley and Lanier and Aronian as well, right?
Likely.
Okay. So a Wonder's surely going to be in the top 5. I mean, just mathematically, or the top.
Probably, yeah. I think he's getting in.
He
As far as I understand. Yeah.
Oh, and Hans would also be in if it's top 30 or so.
Most likely.
So half the field is just in by rating. The other half of the field gets the 5 qualifying slots. Everyone except Chris Yu and Mishra.
That'd be nice. Yeah.
But I mean, a Wonder's like 2690 live now, right? I mean, he's being introduced to the world right here. If he could just get homework out of the way, he would be a super GM, it seems like.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Three.
Okay, what's happening?
Knight c4, queen c7. Yeah, all sort of expected moves. b3. Yeah, the game is slowed down between Sevian and Neiman. Now it's, he's got the bishop pair in his sights with the knight on c4, so he can always get at least rook and pawn against bishop and knight, I think. Not a losing material commitment.
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, it's unclear. I don't know. I mean, black's pieces look okay. Pawns are weak. Hard to call.
I'd move the evaluation to close to equal while you were gone.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. That makes sense. Let's watch Fabi, because he did something interesting.
Yeah. Good call. Let's see. G5. Knight E2. Hey, that was my move.
Yeah.
My next move would have been F4, though,
Oh.
so we'll see. C4. Yeah, that's nice, too.
Yeah,
It
he
just
went
came
Marazzi.
back. Ay. Gave him the Maroxy.
Ultimate Marazzi. Rook FD1 on the agenda. Oh, and Dominguez played F5, but then White already had H3 on the board, so he just goes King G2, finally.
Finally. Whew. This Pozityatsk that Dominguez has is atrocious.
Basically textbook position, like straight out of Nimzovich.
So, from my perspective, White just wants to bring that bishop from D2 to F6.
Right. And then H4, H5, and pop him and lock him.
Can you explain a Maroxy for the audience? So first of all, the Maroxy is defined by the C4 and E4 pawns here in the Sicilian, right? And it's called a Maroxy bind because it's intended to keep your opponent from playing either B5 or D5. Those are the freeing moves. And the idea is if you hold your opponent in place long enough, they'll get tired or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, eventually they blunder with one of these moves, and then you win the game.
They'll lose the will to live, or they'll play one of these moves anyway, and you'll take it. Yeah. No, Fabi's position is pleasant, and he's been catching up on the clock the last 5 to 10 moves, because Shanklin can't really find anything to do.
Yeah, I know that game. Just a slow burn.
Yeah.
Way to explode things up. Looks solid. Looks solid.
Oh yeah, White's position's super solid, right? Every pawn on a light square, bishop on a dark square. No backward pawns. Nothing for black to attack at the moment.
Okay, I'm expecting the players just repeat moves at some point, like knight g6, knight e5, knight e2, knight d4.
I think White's considerably better.
Actually, wait, yeah, knight e2 is a problem, right? Because you're hitting b6 pawn. I guess there's b5.
Let's see that. Knight e2, hitting the pawn. b5. Yeah, b5 looks sound. Yeah.
Okay, so how's White better?
How's White better? I mean, yeah, you want me to find some moves and not just some words.
Yes, defend your evaluation.
Yeah.
Defend your honor.
All right. You're right. I can't really find anything to do.
I agree with you, though. I would take White. Probably go rook fd1.
That's what I was going to play, but I figured you wanted an idea.
Yeah. True. Yeah, because Black's next move, I guess, is like 95. As far as I'm interested.
Ay.
Okay. Okay. Some action.
I can't find it. Rook d1 was played though.
Nice. You got Tony Rotella in the chat. Hello, Tony. Yeah, idea to go 92 and then some c5. In response with
Okay,
b5.
so let's put 95 on the board just for argument's sake. If b5 takes, push. Oh shoot, the knight defended d7.
Yeah, I was unlucky. Just the simple, like, execute your idea move ends up stopping it.
Yeah, no, it's a long way from obvious for Fabi still. Sorry, Tony. I mean, Kostya said we're just gonna go knight g6, knight e5, etc. for black. Just kind of sitting there. I think a wonder's got a much easier to play position here. Queen f2 played.
Yeah, a wonder's position I'll happily say is better.
Improves the
I will
bishop.
defend that in court if I have to.
And brings the queen back. All right, easy stuff. A wonder found a comfortable rearrangement, and linear is getting lower on time. 8 moves till time control, 7 minutes, plus the 30-second increment. But yeah, just in every way a tough position.
Yeah. Okay, we'll be seeing. Not a lot of time left for these players.
b6, just anchoring the bishop against some targets. So just kind of a waiting move still. I was thinking that maybe he can't yet play bishop f2 because of fg4, hg4, rook takes f4. That said, you know, potentially white could play bishop g3 there, and rook f1, and queen e7, queen h6. Not guaranteed that losing that pawn is a blunder.
Right.
Black can defend h7 with the queen along the second rank, but then they also have to defend against bishop takes g6, I guess. So knight e8, rook h1, queen g7. Yeah, black's hanging in there.
Yeah.
Rook c1. The choice from a wonder. Enjoying his position.
Waiting. He's waiting for that critical moment. Now, is it possible he wants c4?
Other flank.
Because that's one way to, like, yeah, go after black's pieces is to play like
Just to open the center.
Yeah.
If the d7 bishop could get to b7 faster, that would be more risky. Bishop e8 the move. Oh, God. It's so sad. That's really sad.
Yeah, what has become of my boy? Maybe knight f3? Knight f3, knight g5?
Let's give it a little look. Trade. Take a pawn. Knight g5. And if take a pawn, Kostya's got queen h3.
Yeah. That's my business.
Knight h5. Maybe queen e6.
Queen e6, yeah, GG.
Blah.
Yeah, we go to next game. We can analyze if you want.
Okay.
Do we look at the Aronian game at all? I've been watching it out of the corner of my eye. I saw he was down a queen, but then somehow winning.
Down a queen but winning is the
Yeah,
deal?
like he had pieces for it. It was a queen sack game.
Okay. Nothing changed over here in the Mishra game. Still an outposted knight against one of the sadder bishops that chess has seen. Sevian and Hans taking their time. They've got 14 moves to make, so they're in just a little mild time pressure. Shanky bring the knight back to e5. No. Okay, so now... Oh, he defended the bishop on d7 anyway. He's going to go back to Tony's idea.
Smart.
But I guess not.
Yeah, I don't know how to continue.
As white, I'm so angry. I want to play moves like knight e6 and knight d5, but it's not quite there, is it?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to work. Yeah. Unfair.
Someone put a gun to your head right now and asked you who's going to be U.S. champion in 2 hours. What would you say, Kostya?
Fabian Caruana.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you never know.
It's good you said something.
Yeah, go with Fabian.
You didn't get shot yet.
Yeah. Oh wait, you said who's going to be U.S. champion?
Yeah, who will be U.S. champion in 2 hours?
Kraai?
Oh, that was easier, huh? Dirty.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think a Wonder's going to win his game.
I mean, his position looks really nice, actually. So, yeah, we might not have a champion tonight.
They might have a playoff, right? It's hard to say. Or Fabi might take it home.
Just take the trophy home. It's my trophy. I deserve it.
Not bring it back. It's like,
yeah.
Oh, hey guys, sorry, I forgot something at home when I was packing. Yeah, no, sorry, no trophy this year.
Thing is, Dominguez is very good at defending, so
yeah,
as good as a Wonder is.
Yeah, he played pretty lamely in the early game against Fabi yesterday, I thought. But he held the line, like, really quite reasonably.
Yeah, defended well. But yeah, I'm guessing he just, didn't have anything in the opening. Yeah, I'm going to take Carissa. The champion. Wow, very exciting last round, though. Anything can happen.
Yeah. Fabi's really ticking here. He's looking for something more consequential than, rook e1, rook d1.
Yeah, 8 minutes. Dang. What to do?
I don't know, Hubskirt. I don't even know if she won her last game.
She drew, but no, it's not the highest score.
Then I think not. I think scores have been racked up.
Yeah, Jennifer, you got like 10 out of 11 a couple of years ago.
Woo!
So yeah.
Holy.
Beat that.
Holy.
Yeah.
Okay. So look at that, Kostya. He's doing the hang the f pawn trick.
Bishop f2.
that I had analyzed once as not quite working. It was with the bishop
Really?
on d7 and queen already on... Yeah, it was with the bishop on d7 that I analyzed it, and it didn't quite seem to work.
Wow. So he's giving the pawn to
Yeah.
Dominguez.
Yeah.
And if black doesn't take, then bishop h4 is coming.
Yeah. I think the critical question is if black takes.
Has to be, right?
Because, yeah, he wants to bring this bishop around, put it on f6.
Yeah, it's a problem.
I mean, yeah. Black will be moving less and less and less.
So takes.
Yeah.
Bishop g3.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, rook g4 check. Although, maybe an improvement on my idea would be bishop h4 with the idea of rook g4 check, king h3. Or maybe there's some other fancy move, you know?
Then
I'm
rook
not...
h4 check. I feel like we don't want that.
There's some risking. All right, so, but we'll go with the basic move. Bishop g3, standard. Rook f1. Rook F1.
Rook F1.
Queen e7. Queen h6. In my last line, black played knight e8 here, Kostya.
Oh.
This is no longer available.
Not legal.
And
Bishop h4 coming, and yeah, looks good for white.
Lanier did not take.
Yeah.
The problem here would be that, like, now if you move the bishop, white can go rook h1, knight e8, bishop takes g6, right? Black's just not fast enough.
Yeah.
At covering up by one move. Wow, he pounced on that, did a wonder, right? On that bishop e8, like, what does it change? Boom! My bishop.
Okay, but now rook c7.
So black's saying, if you go to h4, I might trade my only pieces that can move and force you to beat my two pieces that can't move in an endgame.
No, but that looks unplayable.
Yeah, I'd be like, go for it, dog. Bishop h4.
Way.
Takes.
No, I think he wants takes like queen a3, something like this. I don't think he's trading on c1 and then resigning once he reaches.
Then resigning. It's like, I'm going to find bishop d8. There's going to be some way to turn the screws. So it would be takes. A wonder's played rook c2, something else. Kostya says maybe queen a3, fighting us for some stuff.
Yeah, it's got to be some, which I don't know, but better try at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so rook c2 is the choice. Preparing to play rook fc1, right? Oh, super logical.
I guess so.
A wonder's really like all over this game, I think.
Yeah, he's feeling it. He's in the flow state.
Yeah, seems impeccable to me. And as long as his bishop's on f2, black can't even take on d4 yet, right? Because he could take by bishop.
Of course, yeah.
And then there's not even anything to talk about. I know it's weird, folks, not to improve the pawn structure, but if he does this, the black rooks are still choking on the c pawn, black has to defend b6, and he's got a free hand. So I think that's like even worse for black than cd4 at the moment. Man, oh man.
I wonder. Playing an amazing game.
Yeah. So what he wants to do next, Kostya, is rook fc1, preparing bishop h4.
Right.
Also, he's just kind of showing black how much space he has, right? Like, why did black's bishop on d7 go to e8? It was so the rook on f7 could get over, you know?
Okay, allowing knight c6. He doesn't care.
Right. Knight c6 is a perfectly conceivable move. But I think a wonder is going to stick with the rook fc1 plan.
Yeah, feels like that's been his MO all game, just kind of making natural move. But then rook fc1, there's bishop a3. Attack of the bishop.
Yeah. True. That's still some harassment. And against knight b3, black could trade on f2, and after queen f2, just take on c3, and white's pieces are too loose.
Yeah.
Right? We go after b6. Okay, brilliant positionally, but these pieces are all hanging. And rook fc1, I'm just going to look one more move ahead, and I'll play queen b4 for black here. And I don't quite see it there.
Oh, let's go to Mishra because like he's trying to win and I am here for it. But I also don't totally understand.
Wow.
His last move.
He didn't want
G5.
that bishop to ever come out from d8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but now black can go hg5 and then what? What's the idea?
Like rook g4, keeping the bishop in, maybe?
G4, okay. But he's trying to win the game.
Maybe he got down to 3 minutes and just thought, let's at least not lose.
I feel like he's got an idea. Zabimanu Mishra calculates 35 nodes per second.
Okay. It's impressive for a human.
Very, very impressive. He's working his way up. You know, he'll be at 45 by next year.
Yeah. I mean, you know, another move he could have played last move, or for maybe, last move was knight e3, right? Another option that was on the table.
Yeah, maybe.
They've got 2 moves to make to time control these two here, Mishra and Wesley.
Yeah, Wesley needs to figure out what to do. Can go rook g5 as well. That doesn't seem so bad.
Yeah. I'd be inclined to play rook g5, but I haven't calculated any nodes yet, so I don't know.
Right.
I don't know what's better or worse for either player at this moment.
My top speed, I think, is like maybe 2 nodes per second.
Okay. I'm going to see if I can do that. I mean, sort of, but I'm not really thinking anything about the moves. I'm just playing random moves really fast on the board.
Yeah, just visualize, yeah.
Yeah, there's no evaluation function to go with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that comes with it.
Yeah.
Okay, crazy.
Yeah. Queen d2. I'm going to recap Sevian Neiman. Queen d2. Bishop c8. Knight e5. Queen g5. Knight d5. White just goes materialistic.
Yeah, you got some pawns.
Yeah.
in the endgame.
Gets a second pawn and takes us to the endgame where, what do you think? It's like a small edge for white.
Yeah, I think
Or
normally
equal.
white would be better. Yeah, your king is safe. You have 2 pawns.
Okay.
Rooks are open.
Yeah. And how close into move 40 did they get? Because these guys were the furthest behind. They're at move 31.
9 more moves, yeah. But they should make it.
Some time pressure, but the position has simplified. You know, any mistake they make is not going to be so game decisive, but we'll give Sevian the nod again as having an edge in this endgame.
Yeah, sharp position. I would take white. Yeah, probably draw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, and a wonder tried for rook c1, got harassed by bishop a3 as predicted by Kostya, and then put the rook on h1. An ominous little move. As you know, I'm a fan of ominous moves.
Rook h1, mysterious rook move. Wow.
I mean, saying the time will come where he'll play h4, h5, maybe?
Maybe.
Yeah, not clear how it would work. What does he come up with now? Bishop e2?
Oh, I was just thinking about this. Okay, so you can take on d4 with the queen and get ready to move your dark-squared bishop. But what I don't get is, like, white goes bishop h4, black goes bishop e7, and then what happens?
Well, I guess white would trade the dark squared bishop, right?
You just trade bishops. But then, like, black has easier access to the c pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they do have a target there. Hans has 5 out of 9 points, Jacob. +1. Just like his opponent, Sam Sevian. They both have +1. So they're both doing fine, and if one of them wins in this last round, it's going to be quite a nice score in this level of tournament. +2.
Yeah, it's been a pretty tight tournament. Not many wins. Wins have been very tough to come by.
Yeah. Like, as amazing as a Wonder's position is, neither of us, I think, would be ready to crack Dominguez if given a shot.
Well, I'd be ready. I just wouldn't be successful.
Well, yeah, by crack him, I didn't say try to crack him. I said crack him.
Oh, like yeah. Not happening.
Yeah. So, I got my big evaluation up, but the difficulty to convert against this level of defense is still above my skills.
Yeah. Same.
Maybe even a Wonder. I mean, maybe even a Wonder can't do it. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. We'll see. We'll see. I still believe on him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do or do not. There is no try.
Right. Yeah.
To do or not to do. That is the question.
Yeah.
Oh, Shanklin gave the exchange.
Uh-oh. Knight e2 was played. b5 was played. Okay, critical variation. Bishop b6. Idea rook c6 a5, I would think, Kostya.
Yeah.
Transitioning to the a pawn. Rook c6 was played. a5 was played. Okay. Rook b8. So against knight b5, he has rook b6, collecting 2 pieces. And against something like knight d4, whatever he's planning to just sack this exchange, huh? He does it.
Yeah, it just snaps.
Just snaps. Ay, ay, ay. When chess players snap. Well, now you're down in exchange, and it's still hard to say what to do, huh? But for both sides.
Yeah, it's not easy for either side, but I would definitely take white now.
Okay.
No problem. We only have one pawn, but yeah, black has to hold this fortress. I guess it's easy. You don't touch bishop on d7. You don't touch bishop on e7. You don't touch king on f7. You don't touch knight on g6.
Hang on.
Everything just stays.
If I can't touch anything, how do I move?
Just don't touch nothing. Just move your queen and rook back and forth.
Okay.
I don't know. Queen a5.
Mm-hmm.
Some random.
Queen a5,
Fine
rook
moves.
a2.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think a threat from white could be to double rooks on the a file and get to a7.
Yes.
Absolutely gefilte fish. We can do that. That's our job here, is to occasionally remind folks what's going on, what's at stake. So it's the final round of the U.S. Championships. Fabiano Caruana is the defending champion, and he's in first place by half a point, ahead of a Wonder Liang.
I'll do the hype music while you do the rest
good,
of this thing.
The music was so interesting, I was like, I want to stop and listen to it. But okay, half a point ahead of a Wonder Liang. Not even a black horse. An almost unknown, except that, he's a good player. But, he was an 8th, 9th seed to this tournament. And he's only half a point behind, and he's got a crushing position here against Linier Dominguez. But can he crush him with the crushing position? Nobody knows.
Okay, there we go. There's our Coca-Cola update brought to you by Pepsi.
Yeah.
Bishop g3. Okay,
Now
still
they've
pushing.
made time control. Linier wanted his French bishop to not be lonely, so he gave it a knight companion.
Yeah. That bishop has been making moves. Bishop f7, bishop e8.
Yeah. Bishop g3 does not do much for a wonder, so he's still not, not particularly hurting black just yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see the breakthrough. Gonna be second time control thing.
But oh man, a computer would kill you here. Computer would just see some little tactical details and do stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe he's going to transfer the knight. Is he allowed to transfer the knight to g5 here, Kostya?
Oh, knight f3? Ah, that's what he's playing at. No, queen d3.
Not what he's playing at.
But maybe next is knight f3, knight g5. Yeah, not sure what else he would want. Wait, but Lanier, does he have time?
Yeah. They've made move 40.
Oh, they made move 40. Yeah, so he's going to get
Just
another
not-
30 minutes.
Just not showing up yet.
Okay.
b4 from Shankland. Making a move. They're one move away from time control, so they've made it comfortably as well. Sevian and Neiman trading a pawn. Looking for counterplay in all the right places.
Yeah. So, let's see, maybe rook c4 now? Because if rook d2, then rook c8.
Really? How does that work?
Sorry, rook e8. Rook e8. My bad.
Rook c4, rook d2. Oh, there you are. Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah.
And you can even walk the king out against the rook checks.
Yeah, no bueno.
Huh. That was surprising. Maybe rook g8 then?
Yes, but then I thought rook f4.
Okay.
Oh, we have knight g2.
Yeah, knight.
Knight g2 annoying. Knight g2 rook. No. Yeah. Not good. Yeah, rook g8's problem.
Yeah. He's got 4 moves to make. Looking at the problem. Doesn't see a solution yet. Rook e2 might be a standard move.
Holy moly. Dominguez
Yeah. What do you find?
has had enough of the disrespect.
Oh my goodness.
Look at this.
I mean, if you thought he was just shuffling his bishop.
He was.
Yeah.
Then
He was.
he made it. G5.
So he wants bishop g6.
Yeah. Yeah, wow.
So the fundamental threat here from Dominguez is bishop g6.
Absolutely. And it's because I wonder play this queen d3 move, just like putting the queen where it doesn't belong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was
No.
never a thing till his last move, huh?
Yeah, you just get hit. Dominguez gonna rock his world. Okay, double-edged.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, holy cannoli.
I would update this one to unclear.
Okay.
Unclear zone. Dang, G5.
I'm going to go with equal, because unclear is a cop-out. Oh, he's
Yeah, that's basically what that means.
achieved the equalizing bishop g6 maneuver.
Mm-hmm. Dang, crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Levon won. His final position, I think, was rather instructive
Okay.
in that White resigned.
Okay.
Without really being down that much material, but it's just shows the hopelessness of the situation.
Right, that 5 rook is free to go take the c-pawn.
Yeah,
Then
and there's
you
just
set
like
up
no
some-
checks and no nothing.
Yeah. Then you set up some kind of roller against White's king.
Yeah, so Parn just resigned. He's like, I can't, there's nothing to do. Nothing to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Not an easy tournament for Oparin. Aronian gets himself back up to an even score. No, sorry, a +1 score by winning that game.
Mm.
He was 1-1 before. So, yeah. Reasonable.
Nice.
Avi's knight coming back around to c4. The d6 spot would be juicy. Best target on the board. Right there. Two rooks already staring at it. Maybe knight e5 to trade the knight on c4 if it arrives. Sam's bishops are passive. They have made time control.
Yeah, seems a bit more pleasant for white. Just long term. Knight comes to c4. What are you doing?
Yeah. Oh, looks bad to me. I finally see a real target, a real plan for white. The first point in the entire middle game, really, where I've been able to see something clear coming up here.
Yeah. David, I'll BRB.
Okay. I wonder is going to be in deep thought here about g5, yeah. I mean, I think he's got to do something like maybe queen e3, bishop g6, rook c1. But even there, bishop a3 harasses him too much. Uh-oh. That solution's not a solution. What a tough spot. You crush your opponent all game and then boom! They fight their way out of it. And suddenly there's like no remedy to that bishop. Okay, let me try something else. We'll bring the bishop back here so that the rook can stay where it is. So we'll go like here, here, and here. The point is, this bishop got out, but I don't let this knight out. I maintain a pawn on g4. I avoid losing my pieces for now. Takes, 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 takes. I hang my bishop, by accident, mind you, and I get lucky. Boom! That was very lucky. Does this change it? Hello, Bessie. Rook c4 seems to wreck white. Yeah, I think that's winning for black. I've been in this situation many times before where thought I had someone in a bind, and then I let them out, and then suddenly it's very disorienting and depressing trying to calculate a way to not fall apart and lose. When watching a classical chess game on your computer, you should occasionally look away from the computer and keep drinking water and eating food and stretching now and then. So let's just get a little of that in. My body's not feeling great. Okay, so I couldn't make that work. So there's this straightforward move here, where to me the problem was this move. This move, and then this move. Queen b6, knight g3. Suddenly my king is just trash. When the big space advantage turns into a bunch of weak squares once the opponent breaks out. We've all been there, yeah. Yeah, I guess maybe all of us have done this. It's rough. High chess under fire. Go here. Just bishop g6 again. But let's say like best case scenario here, 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 here. I'm already down a pawn and my c pawn looks dead, so I'm losing as well. So here I'm lost. Do I have to upgrade it to black is winning? It's been my general policy when I can't find a single line that doesn't lose for one side or the other, then I put the evaluation to the other side's winning. Okay, let me try something else. Rook f1. I'm going to keep trying because I don't fully expect that white should be lost. Bishop g6 takes. You want to go f4 here? Nice idea, Shrolov. Yeah, that's brutal. Ay, ay, ay. Well, that's definitely disappointing. I was kind of rooting for a wonder here. What a great tournament he was having. But I think that's it. He's busted. Between bishop g6 hitting these pieces, bishop takes d4 winning the knight, if the queen's not defending it properly, and the open king, there's nothing to be done. Here's the line that I've calculated that I didn't mention because it seemed so bad, but it gives you a sense of what I've been looking for white. So it's a knight sack to try to, take advantage of black's hanging pawns, basically. And then, okay, at first it attacks the queen, so this move's forced. Now there's two branches, queen d5 and pawn f5. I've looked at both of them. Let's go here. Attacking the knight. So the knight probably wants to go here. Takes, because the queen and king are attacked. Takes. Check. Now here, bishop f7, e6 doesn't really help black, probably. That was kind of like the first calculation was e6, and then maybe e7 check. But this move here, just stepping off of the file and the diagonal to a square where the king should be totally safe. White's got 2 pawns against a bishop. And I was thinking of either bishop g4 or f6 in this position. And basically, I don't think it's sufficient for white. You know, it's one of the ideas I had looked at here. For wonder, not working out. Fabi, what's he got? Knight f4 from Shanky Pank, allowing the knight to c4. And they made time control, so Fabi's been thinking for like 10 minutes. Okay. Let's see, Fabi. What's wrong with simple knight c4? Fabi played knight d3 instead. Yeah, I looked at h5, Foos. I remember that's where I gave up, in fact. Maybe the idea here is d5. Hitting the knight and finally improving the structure on this file. Queen e4. Looks losing. Looks losing, actually, just off this move. Yeah, it looks lost. Okay, Fabi chose knight d3. Okay, so here's what I was looking at, was the e5 trying to bring the bishop here. Knight f5, takes, here, takes, here. Like this. And, I guess logically white goes to the open files now, right? Furthest file from the king is worth the most. So we'll take the A file before the C file. And yeah, next move, rook c1, rook a6 or a7. I think white's just winning. In the live position, Foos, g takes f5 is met by bishop takes d4. Mishra, yeah, is Abhimanyu Mishra. Youngest grandmaster ever, right? I think. his current title. I think this is his position over here with Wesley, and we actually have to downgrade it to equal because he sacked a pawn, and he's kept this bishop locked up, but he doesn't have any winning plan here. I think he's just shuffling around if you look at the last few moves. All right, so it's just an equal position here. At this point, the knight dominates the bishop, but white sacked a pawn and can't really break through anywhere. Wow, rook e4. Huh, I thought black had rook d1 to d2 there. Sevian spent like 15 minutes or so on this, coming up with this. Oh, no, he didn't. They had like 3 minutes each. He just has time added to the clock now, probably. Rook e4 here. Oh, this is why I was wrong. Here, he goes here. And check, he goes here. And even against this move, he's going to go to e8 and just win this piece. Yeah. Okay. So nice idea. Rook e4. Very nice. Black retreated. He plays the h3, limiting the bishop and creating a flight square for his king. Keeps the rook on the second rank. So here they are in this end game. Just a tiny bit better for white, I guess. Not so easy. I think Hans might be planning to anchor the bishop here. And I guess for Sevian, you want to try and run that knight out of places to live. Or at least that's one idea. Okay, Shanky's been thinking for a while there about knight d3. A wonder plays rook f1. And bishop g6 comes quickly. And there's still just no solution. Okay, so with this move order, question if you can go gf5. Because now against bishop d4, there's pawn takes g6, which looks fine for white. So black can't do bishop d4. They do something like this. Take here, maybe. Hitting the queen. Bishop gives up on its amazing diagonal. Comes back and traps the knight. Oh, sorry, there's knight e3 is even easier. Oh my god. Every single piece. Oh god, there's really nothing to do. And I mean, against this, just get the black rooks into the game as fast as you can, and white should fall apart here. Should be winning. Yeah, I don't see a move for a wonder. Don't see anything. Franklin takes the second open file. Queen f4, e5, I guess, was correctly calculated by Shanky since Fabi doesn't go for it. Backs up with the queen. This isolated pawn's not going to be easy to protect, though. White queen would be happy to go into h4 and h7. Shanky still can move very, very little. I guess this would be my question. Can you play f5 to defend this? And after takes, play here. If the knight retreats, you go bishop f5 and you sort of have a position. So knight e6 or knight c2 to b4. They're probably both winning. This move here, you come here, and I don't think black can keep the queen out. Once the queen is in, there won't be any defense against a rook d6 breakthrough with checkmate to follow. So that's winning. And if I got that wrong, there's knight here, bishop here, knight b4 coming to d5. It's a little more complicated, but it should also be winning for white, who now has the passed b pawn as a resource. And you're up in exchange for 0 pawns, where earlier it was in exchange for 1 pawn. So continuing to make progress. Yeah. I think g5 works for LDP. Yeah, Michael, I don't see anything for a wonder to do about it. I'm hearing some heavy clicking going on, so one of these games is probably updating. So let me just update this evaluation here and say that to me, I think Shanky's now lost. I think Fabi just can gradually convert this thing. So let's see if the moves played were on a wonders board. Queen d2. Take. Okay. And next, the knight gets into the game. Just brutal. Just brutal. On the final day, the Super GMs are cleaning up, collecting all the final points. I mean, wins for Aronian, Caruana, and Dominguez potentially. Kind of rewrites the story about the young crop catching up with them, huh? 3 extra wins for them, 3 extra losses for the others. Yeah. There's that rook c5 move. Black might need b6 to keep these things from advancing further. Q Tom Red says it's karma for playing a3. Wow, you got something against a3? a3 seems like a fine idea from a wonder, just trying to get a game, get his opponent out of theory. It's fine. For me, it's not a foul. For Q Tom, it is. Okay, so could Mishra eventually threaten knight takes h6? Maybe. With the idea of taking on g5. Could black play f6 at some point to prevent it? Yeah, no problem, I would say. No problem. Still looks equal to me. This still looks a bit better for Sevian. A Wonder's just bleeding out in a tank. Shanky plays e5. Knight f5 comes in. Oh god. I mean, he can't let white play queen h4, so he's going to play rook h8 now. The light squares are so weak, I feel like this pawn and the queen are going to checkmate you on their own. Queen d7. Okay, well, against queen h4, there's queen f5 covering the light squares, so Fabi just centralizes the queen, holds the f pawn. He's got rook d5 to hold, to blockade black's dark squares, and he can think about this at some point. Is this a plan for Shankland, who can barely move anything, barely still wriggling? Oh, actually, instead of rook d5, maybe he'll creep in with queen d5, and then when the king moves, go queen e6. King g7, getting out of the way. Bassman, I think, played 1b4, largely. Orangutan or something. I think he was a big proponent of unusual openings, yes. Yeah, king g7, maybe heading for g5, and also just sort of getting out of the way of the queen d5 to e6 plan, because now you can always answer queen d5 with queen takes f5. So at least white's queen is stuck for the moment. A Wonder has retreated this rook. So now, I mean, the obvious move is maybe knight f5. Maybe there's other things too. Black could take on h3.
All right, what's the action?
My current evaluations are Dominguez winning, Fabi winning, Sevian still slightly better in the endgame, and Wesley and Mishra in a locked position where no one's really doing anything.
Wow. Bobby winning.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah. As far as who's going to win the tournament, that sort of answers all the questions on its own.
Yeah, big question. Oh, and Mishra got the Alpha Zero King. Wow.
Yeah, he brought
Very
it all the way
nice.
around.
Very nice. $3,000 bonus prize for that.
I didn't know there was a $3,000 bonus prize. I'll put my king on d3.
Yeah, for any Alpha Zero King that blockades enemy pawns. Okay, Dominguez has been clearly very angered.
Yeah, we just got two moves
now.
as you came in here. Bishop e4 check. Pushing the king in the corner before knight f5. Now he has to have something good planned against queen b6.
As he's just going taking on g3 and c3.
Fully on the offense. Okay, so queen b6, you're saying he would just grab on g3 right away?
Yeah, and then c3.
King takes. Oh, sorry, not king takes. Queen e6 check.
Oh.
I forgot my own plan. King h8, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Then king g3.
Mm-hmm.
Rook c3.
c3.
Okay, I'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
Rook takes king g4. Here, there's this bishop f5 move I'd been thinking about earlier.
Bishop f5 looks like a move.
Queen takes, rook check,
Nice.
king takes, queen takes. And now I see it on the board, it looks correct. Did the king have anywhere else to go here? Not so much. King h2, rook h3, king g1.
Queen c5.
Many moves possible. G3, rook h1, queen c5. GG.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, knight g3, that was brutal, Kostya. You definitely got that one pretty cleanly there.
Lenny Dominguez.
Queen b6 was just played, though. So, yeah. Could go that way. He probably has another way to win as well. I think his position is so good, there could be two ways.
And Fabi just took on b4.
Mm.
And Shanklin on f5.
Mm-hmm.
So this one. Yeah, now he just wins with the b pawn.
Yeah. Tiny bit of work to do still, but that bishop is just, you know, not making things difficult for the opponent.
Yeah.
It resembles Dominguez's bishop, with which he's now winning the game, but prior to winning the game.
The angry bishop. Wow, so go Fabi.
Yeah.
Three-peat, you know, it's his third in a row.
Wow.
Because he won in 2022 and then 2023.
Nice.
And so this will be his fourth title if he wins it.
Wow.
His first one in 2016.
Then what happened in between?
What happened in between? A lot of stuff happened. You know, there was Wesley So, there was Hikaru, there was Shanklin one year.
Okay. He was there. There was just competition, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, he had a good year the year Shanklin won. Shanklin just kind of killed it.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was like a COVID 1 or 2 years. And then, yeah, he's won the last 3 now.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I mean, when you watch this tournament, you know, it feels like he's somebody who would just rack up titles, but it hasn't been that easy. Good staying power by him to sort of outlast some similarly aged rivals and start racking up titles now.
So solid. Just so consistent. Machine.
Yeah, in this game, I mean, he really didn't give Shanky many chances. Despite, you know, a bit of a messy opening, and he managed to turn that h5, h4, rook h5 stuff into a Maroczy bind, you know? And the suffering that's associated with that.
Yeah.
Now
no, very clean tournament. I mean, he was in trouble maybe some games, but for the most part, really solid stuff. And somehow, what I don't get is how he, you know, like he was in control of his tournament. Bobby, he ends with like, I guess could have been +2. Now it might be +3. But somehow he managed to keep everyone else at bay as well. He's like, look, I'm not going to lose any games. I
Mm-hmm.
maybe will win a game or two here, but also
Right.
no one else is going to win a bunch of games.
Yeah, no one
Like he
else.
somehow has that control over the whole field.
Yeah.
Not easy to do.
Yeah.
Okay, Queen B7.
Queen B7.
Bishop F8.
On the live board below, folks, you can see a wonder and Dominguez playing out the very line that Kostya found.
Oh.
King takes G3. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
The moves continue to come. Bishop F8 from Shankland. Got to keep that bishop alive, keep the d-pawn alive, and one option here is to just start pushing the b-pawn, right? But there might be more. Is there any option to just put a rook on the 7th rank? On a7, I mean?
Mm-hmm. Let's think, because you don't want to allow counterplay.
Right. We have to be careful about our own king. And even just being harassed by queen c2, maybe.
Let me think. What would I do? If I was Fabi, go... Queen F7, probably.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Feels like, yeah. Feels like a Queen F7. So you tie the rook down.
Yep.
Then...
And the queen
Oh,
has
and then
to
just
defend
B4,
F6.
B5. Yeah.
And now you either have b4, b5, or you might be threatening rook d6.
Sure.
Right? And you have king h2.
Just ending it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What are you thinking? Doing the double checking and all.
Queen F7. What does black even... Because if you just do nothing, like you move your rook somewhere, rook b8, then, you know, b4.
Mm-hmm.
Do nothing all you want. I'm dragging that pawn to b7.
Yeah.
So Queen F7 could be, like, resigns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, maybe you could go queen g6, trading towards an endgame, but it's pretty darn hopeless.
Mm-hmm.
Fabi advances the b pawn first here.
Queen g6. So yeah, but anyway, queen g6, queen e6. White can just keep keep the grip.
Yeah.
Okay, rook c2. But all right, b4. Yeah. I guess rook c2 isn't threatening anything yet. So rook c2, you can meet that with queen f7.
Dominguez played gf4, suggesting that there was more than one way.
Lenny.
So let's say we go rook f4.
Mm-hmm.
And he takes on c3.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about this too. Yeah, because you take with check, then the rook on f4 is a bit loose. So rook
f4's
c3.
hanging, so king.
g4.
g4.
And then what, just h5?
Or maybe queen g7.
Mm-hmm.
Against king h4, you can maybe go queen g3 and queen f4. Yeah, you can. Against king h5 first, bishop g6. And then the same kind of stuff, right? So here, check. Here, check. Here, mate.
Mm-hmm. Okay, nice. Wow.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. I wonder.
Yeah.
Messed with the horns a bit too much. What's the phrase? You mess with the horns, you get the lion?
Yeah. Too bad. I mean, what a tournament and what a position he was in. There it is. He has resigned what's going on with my...
Wait, that basically gives Fabi the title, actually. So Fabi can lose now. Because Ray Robson gets 0 points for today's round.
Yeah, Fabi could resign right now.
So he could just resign, and that would actually be the most efficient way to collect the title. You don't see that too often.
Yeah.
I feel like he's going to try to win, though, now that he has no pressure to make a draw.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he's kind of got to do it. It's such a good idea. He's got to resign. Sevian and Neiman have drawn. King A7, rook check. A little back and forth there. Maybe the position was equal. I mean, I was nowhere close to calling it winning. I just preferred white a little bit. Shankland. Oh, look at that. Whipping up a little something.
Yeah, he found an idea.
The queen could cover that on any rook move. Or he could play queen f7, right? Going after the bishop.
But queen f7, black goes bishop g7.
Right.
So I'm trying to think, what's the most... I feel like, yeah, just like rook 5d2, maybe?
Yeah, that's simple. That's simple.
Okay, David, I should probably head over to the club. You ready for the recap?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, queen a8.
Makes sense. Little queen a8, huh? Oh, yeah, saying if you go bishop g7, rook d6, we'll defend f3.
Man, so precise, huh? Swiss watch.
Yeah.
Precision. Alrighty, folks.
It's evil.
It's been fun. Thanks for hanging out.
Great tournament.
Catch you all
Great tournament.
Soon.
Kostya, thank you for bringing us so much from this tournament to our channel.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, of course. Thank you guys for hanging out. Enjoy the end. I'll catch you all soon. I'm sure we'll be streaming again shortly. Bye, folks. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Fix the OBS just slightly. Oops. Gonna need that. And yeah, just put a little bit more me in the middle. So tournament starts winding down. Wesley and Mishra still moving around. Our evals weren't too bad, were they, Q Tom? I don't know if anybody was checking up on us with a computer, snickering to themselves, or anything like that, or being super impressed, like, wow, they noticed the exact moment when it went from... Well, it wasn't too hard to notice the turning point in the Liang game, right? It was that G5 move that that Lanier spotted. Pretty intense move. Liang wandered onto this diagonal with the queen for 1 second, and black smacks him on the kingside dark squares, basically where black is absolutely the weakest on the entire board, and he just can't handle the bishop coming out. So that's the turning point for that game, clearly. Kraai won a Shankland, a very high-level affair where it's hard to say where Shankland got outplayed, right? It was just... Sorry, a little bit of light in my eyes. It was just at such a level, it's easy for us all to say that we would have not known what to do from black's side either in this game, as Fabi, you know, massaged him a bit, got him into the Maroczy bind, and then that transition with c takes, b5, bishop b6, a5 with the passed a pawn, increasing the pressure. Yeah, you never know where it fully went wrong, but he is going to be our champion, and in the end it's going to be by quite a margin if he wins this game, right? Which I think is a 90% chance here. I don't doubt that Lanier, when he was shuffling his bishop, was maybe playing engine moves, but he was in a bad position, right? No? Were we totally off on that? Was Liang never better that game? Looked like he was way better. Oh, yesterday. Yeah. Yesterday, I checked that game, not with a very strong engine, but I checked it really briefly with an engine because I'd spent so long thinking about it and wondering whether or not there was any chance for Fabi to tighten more screws or whether the defense was perfect. And I think what I saw was that Fabi's advantage was like 0.2 to 0.5, never more than that. Maybe even 0.4 was the max. So it was really quite small, even though his position was obviously preferable. It was a very, very small edge. And yeah. I think my take on the game was mostly accurate in that Dominguez's opening was not at all favorable for white, right? Like, it clearly gave a position where you would rather be black. So the opening was played, either lamely or he was uncomfortable or something. Like, the opening was not good. And then he defended very, very well, which I think I said. I think I gave him credit during the defense for the most part. I think we're going to have to abandon Sam to his fate pretty soon because it's time to pick up kids in about 5 minutes or so. But are you saying that Lanier's moves in the opening were engine moves yesterday? Because my engine agreed that it was slightly better for Fabi after the opening. Okay, Sam re-threatens the old rook takes f3 here. Fabi's still thinking. But I don't think Sam's going to resign before I have to go get the kids. I've skipped breakfast and lunch, but I can't skip picking up the kids. You only have so many degrees of freedom in life. Well, you can press against your degrees of freedom. You can press against the bonds that tie you, but then something else gets you the next day, eventually. One way to deal with the rook takes f3 threat would just be to put the king on h2, so you're defending h3, but then you always have to think about the queen getting into g3 and stuff. Oh, the engine thought h3 was the top move. Wow. Yeah, I would have thought that d3 was better at that point. From a human POV, yeah, like I didn't think that that White's position was like losing critical. It's just he was playing into something where only Black can be better, like where White's just playing for equality. Well, that's great. I feel like tired and old and weak, but it's nice to know that we're not off on everything. Queen f2, covering f3, poking here. I guess Black's king will advance, and so will White's pawn. Shanklin can get behind it. Still work to be done. I'm going to have to bid you all adieu at this point. Even if Fabi loses, he's U.S. champion, so I'm sorry to miss the final moments of this game. Sorry, not sorry, because I don't like seeing my friend lose a game. But I'm going to leave you here with the link to the game for those who want to follow the end of it. So in the final round, the story of this year's U.S. Championships was the 2,700 pluses showing that they're not ready to fade away, right? Like Dominguez winning, Fabi winning, Aronian winning. Wesley So will be the only one who won't win, but he'll hang in and draw this game. So, yeah, I mean, Liang is brought back down to earth, by losing this game. His final score is, 5.5 out of 10, a normal score, right? Same as Sevian and Hans. So it's a good score for him, but it's not the breakout taking over the world event that it was looking like until G5 happened right here. But he showed a lot of good chess, and hopefully we'll be seeing more of a wonder in the chess world. And hopefully I'll see more of you all on stream in the near future.